Chapter 188. Star Underworld City was located at the center of the Source Peak region. As the only city in the entire Source Peak region with a complete set of spatial portals, its prosperity was second to none in the entire Source Peak region. With the ability of Jin Wang and the others, crossing this distance was as easy as snapping a finger. Therefore, when Xin and the others passed through the spatial portal, it took them about half an hour to appear on a mountain range. Numerous portals spread out in all directions before their eyes. On the many roads, they could see people coming and going. Even though they were so far away, Xin could still hear the faint noise coming from below. In the sky above the mountain range, there were some sharp sounds of wind breaking. Then they saw all kinds of rare and exotic beasts flapping their wings or stepping on the void to fly into the mountain range. Standing on the mountain peak, they could occasionally see one or two behemoths passing through space. They could even see the backs of their riders. "Dragon, I also want one." Withdrawing her eyes from the small shadow that had turned into a small, Xin said with envy. In her heart, she felt that riding a flying dragon in the sky would be very refreshing. The whole mountain range gave Xin the first impression that there were so many people and so prosperous. She hadn't seen such a number of people and flying beasts in Red Star City. Perhaps only this city in the center of the Source Peak region could attract so many people. You already have a phoenix, yet you still want other things. Greedy. Hearing Xin's low and inaudible mutterings, Yu'in couldn't help but hold her forehead and transmit her voice. She knew that this guy's soul was hiding a phoenix egg. But it's just an egg. Our movement location is constantly changing. How can we do it without a means of transportation? Moreover, it's so boring to always fly with a divine tool. Xin pouted her small mouth and transmitted her voice. "Little star, you will be put in a sack for saying such words." Yu'in was so angry that she laughed. A divine weapon was something that could only be dreamed of. Having one was already a heaven-sent opportunity. Moreover, the person who obtained it would be too late to worship it. You, on the other hand, have a divine tool on your butt all day long. What is there to be dissatisfied about? No, a divine artifact is a divine artifact. I want a dragon. Yu Yin's cheeks puffed up and returned to normal. She kept repeating this over and over again. Xin was actually acting like a spoiled child. Her coquettish voice gave Yu'in goosebumps. "Are you addicted to being little Xin? Yu'in resisted the urge to ruthlessly ravage him and said, "I had no choice. I was forced to do so." Xin rubbed her forehead, stuck out her tongue, and said with a sweet smile, "I at asterisk and percent dollar yen and..." Seeing her cute appearance, Yu'in suddenly became angry and scolded her through telepathy. "Big sister, you've changed. You never scolded me before." After being scolded by Yu'in, Yin Nuashing immediately lowered her head in grievance and mumbled. Yu'in sighed and slapped her smooth forehead. She shook her head and didn't say anything. Xin smiled. Then her expression suddenly changed. There was a bit of sacredness and respect. Even her back straightened. Dragons are immortal. They are legendary beings. Death is just waiting for the next rebirth. Just like the cycle of time, it never ends. Big Sister Long, you're talking about a true dragon, not a descendant of these dragons. That is a type of divine beast. The dragon's bloodline is the purest. You can only be considered powerful if you can subdue one. Yi Shi, who was on the side, didn't know how she heard their conversation. She couldn't help but smile and send a telepathy message. Xin was stunned. Among the true dragons, there are several types of dragons. The most famous, no, the most well-known ones are the azure dragon, winged dragon, torch dragon. Yi added at this time. Huh. Xin was stunned for a moment. Then she said with some excitement, Don't be silly, child. These only existed in the mythological era. They are all powerful beings after the divine rank. If we see them, we have to run as far as we can." Before she could say the third word, Yi Shi and Ziyi simultaneously interrupted her. After choking for a moment, Yu Xian's brows trembled. Then she bitterly smiled. "I haven't even finished speaking. What's the rush?" Seeing that she was speechless, Yi Shi lightly snorted. She shook her wine-red hair and withdrew her bright eyes from the distance. She sent a telepathy message. "There is also a dragon that was passed down from a long time ago. I don't really remember the name, but I do remember a rumor. It says that there is a giant dragon in the universe. Its wings spread between the stars. Its body can cover the heavens and earth. Its breath can turn into gales, and it eats the sun and moon." Hearing this, Ziyi also stopped talking. After thinking for a while, he said with uncertainty, "I remember that it was also passed down from the mythological era. However, whether it exists or not is still a question. That dragon's name is the World Dragon, or the Dragon of the Astral World. It was born in the boundless star field. It uses the stars as its nest and feeds on the cores of stars. Once it swallows a star, its companion star will also perish. Thus, there is a saying that it is a dragon that grows by swallowing the fate of the world. It is quite strange. I have only heard of it and have never seen any concrete evidence. World Dragon." Just listening to this short introduction, Yu Xian was a bit shocked. She even found it hard to believe. Born in the star field and fed on the stars, this also sounded like, it seems to be called that name. I also forgot. The ancient book that I once read seemed to have recorded things from the High Ancient Era. It could also be something from the Dark Era. Yi Shi also frowned. Her young face was filled with bitter thoughts. An ancient book, huh? However, many of the records can no longer be verified. Regardless of whether it's the ancient era or the dark era, as long as it's true, I'll have one more record to add to the list of era-skipping life records in my memory, Violet Knight muttered. "One more? Is there something else?" Yu Xian was stunned. It was Yi Shi who asked. "The first one is me. Wasn't I sealed for 60 eras?" Ziyi lightly snorted. Uft. Yi Shi curled her lips. However, she didn't refute. This was something that couldn't be refuted. Listening to the voices that kept coming into her ears, Yu Xian couldn't even get a word in. She could only roll her eyes at the two. Then she looked at Yuin. The latter playfully stuck out her tongue and shrugged her shoulders. She also knew about the agreement between Ziyi and Yu Xian. Therefore, she wasn't surprised by her existence. This conversation, for the two, was tantamount to listening to a book from heaven. Jin Wang didn't hear the whispers of the four people. His golden eyes looked at the sky and then at the city in the distance. He nodded, turned around, and said to Yu Xian with a smile, "Let's stop here. After entering the city, directly go to the central square and you'll find the teleportation gate. However, you will need to pay a fee. The cost is quite high." Hearing this, Yu Xian was so shocked that her small mouth formed an O shape. She seemed to have not recovered from her shock. However, after thinking about it for a while, she understood. After all, it took a lot of effort to construct a mysterious teleportation formation. Moreover, after using it for a long time, it would require the maintenance and cultivation of a formation master. Rather than keeping it hidden, it would be better to make it public. It would provide convenience for people and also bring an income. It was killing two birds with one stone. The realm of the gods was so vast that it was unimaginable. This was especially true for the divine land at the center. Therefore, in some cities in the 4 original regions and most places in the divine land, there were teleportation gates. This was to save time and effort on the journey. Of course, those who were equally strong naturally didn't need to waste time looking for teleportation gates. With their own strength, they could break through the void and make the space temporarily distort. This would shorten the time needed to reach their destination, which was more convenient. However, relatively speaking, the latter might be much shorter. Most of the founders of these teleportation gates were some of the top experts in the city. If these experts belonged to a family, the teleportation gate would naturally belong to that family. Of course, these extremely powerful families wouldn't be so stupid as to hide the teleportation gate. After all, if this kind of public channel was open to the public, the profits earned every year would be enough to feed a family for dozens of generations. Therefore, the appearance of every teleportation gate would attract the jealousy of countless people. However, other than a few powerful families and sects, the rest could only watch helplessly. Not everyone could invite a formation master to spend a lot of effort to create a stable teleportation gate for you. Therefore, a teleportation gate was equivalent to a special symbol. It symbolized strength and wealth. Those who could own it were some of the famous first-rate forces. Of course, other than some families who enjoyed the protection of their ancestors, generally the energy required to cross the original regions is very large. The teleportation gate that is created is relatively larger. The distance between the original regions is too big. If it isn't stable enough, it might not be able to reach the destination. Moreover, if the angle is a little off, it would be 100 million. In order to avoid this situation, a lot of effort is naturally put in. Therefore, the cost is naturally more expensive. Jin Wang said with a smile. Yu Xian inexplicably shuddered. She suddenly remembered what Rui Ming had said. Why was the teleportation gate of the Red Star Academy the same? The so-called teleportation gate is actually connecting two different places together. Of course, there will occasionally be some deviation in the coordinates, and the connection will be wrong. As for the coordinates, if there is a slight difference, it will really be 100,000 miles apart. Seeing Yu Xian's worried face, Jin Wang thought for a while and comforted her. However, the teleportation gate is a fixed point between two places. Such a situation rarely happens. After all, as a public channel, if something were to happen, not only would it be difficult to explain, it would also be bad for the reputation. The forces behind the teleportation gate are very concerned about this. Therefore, they will naturally put in a lot of effort to maintain it. Generally, those special situations only have a 1 in 10 million chance of happening. Hearing this, Yu Xian nodded with a smile on the surface. But in her heart, she couldn't help but mutter, Namo Amitabha, Buddha above, please don't let that 1 in 10 million chance fall on my head. Well, don't worry. Generally, as long as one's character is not that bad, there won't be any problems. Jin Wang put his hands on his hips and laughed. After laughing for a while, the Metal God King took out a 9-colored token from his wide sleeve. The token was in the shape of a small palace. On the top of the palace, there were 9 unique colors written: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, metal, thunder, and light. These were the unique symbols of the 9 elemental temple. Taking out the token, Jin Wang fiddled with it for a while. He smiled and gently placed it in Yu Xian's hand. This is the symbol and token of the Temple of Elements. The temple has built a lot of buildings in the Divine Continent. If you have any problems, you can go there with this token. When they see this token, they will do their best to help you. They will also believe everything you say. Yu Xian was a little surprised to see this cold, 9-colored token. She smiled and solemnly put it in her pendant. She looked at Jin Wang and said, Thank you, Senior. Jin Wang patted her shoulder and smiled. Originally, we wanted to take you directly to the temple so that we can take care of you. However, we don't want to force you. You must be careful. Hearing this, Yu Xian nodded and smiled. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Of course I know. I'm just reminding you. Jin Wang helplessly shook his head. This girl had too many treasures. Unless some elders took action, no one would be able to please her. Child, if you're tired, you can come to our shrine and have a rest. That place will always be open for you. The beautiful woman stroked Yu Xian's head and said in a kind and gentle way, Sister Yu Xian, be careful. Mu Ling and the others also stepped forward and hugged or shook hands with Yu Xian. They all knew of the latter's great ambition. but they did not know how long it would be before they could meet again. I'm not going to the Temple of Light. Cyan also smiled and said goodbye to everyone. However, when she saw Yao Hua, her flower-like smile suddenly faded. Although she did not look at him coldly like before, she was unusually calm, causing Yao Hua's smile to suddenly freeze. Shui Go, Shui Qing, and the others also nodded symbolically. However, the latter could not help but mutter, "Where did young Master Yun go?" Hearing her mention it, everyone was startled. When they were fighting the Violet Night Dark Flame, they didn't see that person. They couldn't help but shake their heads. That guy was very mysterious. No one knew where he went or what he was doing. Even Yi Shi was left behind. Thinking of this, Jin Jinwang could not help but look at Yi Shi. Yun Nuoxing was not around. What would she do? Seeing him look over, Yi Shi also rolled her eyes and said indifferently, "I'll wait for Brother Nuo. You don't have to worry about me. He had something to do that day." "In that case, all right, I won't say anything more. Take care of yourselves." Jin Jinwang nodded and looked at the two of them. Then, with a flip of his palm, a sheepskin scroll with a magic formation carved on it appeared in his hand. He activated his divine power and injected it into the sheepskin scroll. Then, a silver-white spatial door slowly opened in front of them. Looking at the spatial door, Jin Jinwang laughed. His hand seals changed, and the spatial door slowly expanded, enveloping everyone. He smiled and said, "Let's go, we will meet again in the future." The silver space door wriggled a little, and then the figures of Jin Shenwang and the others entered the door and disappeared. The space door also slowly dissipated a moment after they disappeared. Cyan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she gently exhaled and looked at the empty space in front of her. She sighed and scratched her head in distress. Blue light surged on her face. After a while, the light dimmed and the face that belonged to Cyan disappeared. What appeared once again was that kind, slightly arrogant face with a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Brother is back." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had regained his appearance, Ming Ming let out a small laugh. He jumped and crawled into Yun Nuoxing's arms, rubbed against him twice, and kissed him on the cheek with his small mouth. Rubbing Ming's head, a gentle and doting expression appeared on Yun Nuoxing's face. The loneliness that rose in his heart because of the separation was greatly diluted. "Little Star is back." Yuan smiled and rubbed his head. She carried little purple soul and placed it on his shoulder. She knew that a certain someone who couldn't stand the separation would be depressed for a while. It was a good choice to let the two girls distract him. He looked at Yuan, who had nothing to do with him, with some resentment in his eyes. He seemed to be complaining that she had thrown the task of taking care of the child to him. However, this emotion only flashed for a moment, and he did not say anything. "Well, if the old man turns around and looks at this place, it will be fun," Yi Shi said with a smile. Yun Nuoxing smiled and looked at the mountain range in the distance. Then he looked at Yi Shi and hesitated for a moment. Finally he said, "Are you really going to go with me?" Hearing this, Yi Shi rolled her eyes and snorted softly. She muttered, "Brother Nuo, I've said it 10 times already. Don't ask any more questions. I said I'm going with you, so I'm going with you." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and laughed foolishly. He didn't say anything else. If he said anything else, it would make him seem a little pretentious. "Let's go and see how magnificent that teleportation gate is," Yun Nuoxing laughed loudly. He spread his 6 wings and flew towards the mountain range with them. Chapter 189. As the center of the entire origin region, it was compatible with things that other places didn't have. At the same time, it was also an important transportation hub. Many races would converge here. Therefore, this important city was also the kind of big city that was easily hundreds of thousands of li in length and width. It was even close to 1,000,000 li in size. There was no need to mention the number of people in such a big city. Moreover, it was in the middle of summer, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was a sea of sweat here. on the streets that extended in all directions. The end of each road led to the center of Xingming City. That was where all the transmission gates were located, including the important transmission gates that led to several other big regions in the origin region, as well as some transmission gates that led to other places. Legend had it that in the previous eras, there were also transmission gates that led to ancient life stars. However, because the transmission within the star field required more energy than the transmission between the origin region, it seemed to have changed the method. As for the specifics, Yun Nuashing and the others weren't clear about it yet. They didn't stop along the way. The center of Xingming City was hundreds of thousands of li away from the city wall. Even with the speed of Yun Nuashing and the others, it would take them more than half a month to reach there, provided that Yun Nuashing didn't use the light element. Unfortunately, Yi Shi said that while Xingming City was excessively big, there were also many hidden experts. This made him not dare to use the light element without restraint. The name of the goddess of origin region was very well known. If by any chance they were recognized, there would be some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, along the way, Yun Nuashing and the others didn't use the light element or divine tools. They completely relied on their own strength to fly. Yun Nuashing's situation was a little better. Her 6 wings could automatically attract the wind element, so it didn't take too much effort to fly. On the other hand, Yu Yin had to fly continuously for a long time. Even if she cultivated the strongest profound technique, it was still a little unbearable. Therefore, they flew and stopped. They traveled during the day and rested at night. This leisurely way of traveling extended the time by a lot, but at least it wasn't that strenuous. And when they stopped to rest, they would naturally come into contact with other people. During this time, they heard a lot of discussions about the Purple Night Dark Flame. It seemed that the number of people who were paying attention to this matter was not small. Very few matters of the cultivation world were spread to the common people, other than those extremely tragic extermination matters or major matters that concern the entire God realm. Other matters would generally not be spread too widely. It seemed that such a widely known matter like this was rare. Under such circumstances, whenever Yun Nuashing and the others stopped at the restaurant to rest, they would be secretly criticized. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His hand that was gripping his chopsticks almost broke them because of his excessive strength. Brother is so famous. In Yun Nuashing's arms, Ming could not help but laugh when he heard the sounds coming from below. Yun Nuashing almost lost control of the 6-winged falcon and almost crashed, pinching Ming's chubby cheeks. Yun Nuashing felt that there was a ball of fire in her chest that she could not release. She was so angry that even her breathing became disordered. I only used the light element in that instant, right? Even that was recognized. Eyebrows trembling, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Speaking of which, didn't the annihilation of the Purple Night Dark Star engulf everyone? Why are there still rumors about it? Yi Shi thought for a moment, then said, when they retreated for the first time, there were probably people who retreated at that time. The light element is a special element. It's hard to forget once you see it. Little star, oh little star, you can't even listen to rumors. At this time, Purple Night joked in Yun Nuashing's mind, causing him to roll his eyes. He did not pay attention to the 2 people who were putting on a show, and hurriedly increased his speed, streaking across the sky. The few people who knew Yun Nuashing's thoughts did not ask for any rest. They all followed him and flew forward with all their might. However, Yun Nuashing was not the kind of person who would ignore others for his own sake. Thus, he would stop to rest after flying for a period of time, so that they would not tire themselves out. During this much faster journey, the few of them finally arrived at the teleportation gate cluster area in the center of Xingming City after about a month. It was an incomparably vast plaza. The entire plaza was built with a kind of science stone. Numerous stone pillars were arranged in an orderly manner in the plaza, like a huge stone passageway. These stone pillars were also made with that kind of science stone. When the sun poured down on this area, It reflected a faint cyan light that was somewhat cold, appearing somewhat mysterious. At the center of the plaza was a huge cyan stone pillar that reached straight into the sky. From the bottom to the tip, it became thinner and thinner. Numerous runes and formations that could not be understood and dismantled were intertwined together, flickering with resplendent silver light. Dense silver spatial energy curled around the entire stone pillar. In front of this cyan stone pillar, the size of a person was simply insignificant. Looking up at this stone pillar of unknown height was like looking up at a large tree. With the stone pillar as the center, there were many platforms built with pale yellow stone. They were several dozen meters tall, and steps were distributed in all 4 directions. At the top, there were 3 overlapping stone rings that constantly rotated. Numerous mysterious runes and tiny formations were displayed on the 3 stone rings, and the tiny formations constantly flickered on and off. A cylindrical curtain of light hung down from the 1,000-meter-tall stone rings. The curtain of light was composed of countless tiny silver-blue energy needles. Boundless spatial energy radiated from it, and the fluctuations of this spatial energy could be felt from very, very far away. The 3 stone rings are used to determine the location or to fix the spatial coordinates, so as to stabilize the connection between 2 portals, Yishi said softly. Around the stone platform, there were many stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. The formations engraved on the ground were also thousands of meters long and wide. Strands of silver spatial energy wandered in the stone marks on the ground, which were fixed at a point in the center of the stone formations. These portals or stone formations were always in operation. Occasionally, a group of people would rush into the curtain of light or stand in the stone formations, allowing themselves to be teleported away by the dense spatial energy. However, some people would rush out from the other side and look around before flying towards the edge of the plaza in the distance. This plaza is too big. Floating at the edge of the plaza, Yun Nuashing looked at the huge pillar and casually sized up the green plaza. She could not help but swallow her saliva and lick her dry lips. She bitterly smiled and said, "The area of this plaza is not much smaller than that of Yuan City. Is this still a plaza?" "It is a bit too big." Yin also looked at the plaza in a daze. She withdrew her gaze from the hundreds or thousands of portals and stone formations and could not help but wipe her sweat. Why are there so many portals? Where do they lead to? That huge pillar will automatically attract the spatial energy drifting in the vicinity of Xingming City and use it as an energy hub to gather a huge amount of energy, which will then be transmitted to the portals below. This avoids the trouble of thousands of different energies stirring up the spatial energy and causing the spatial energy to become chaotic. Only a stable spatial energy can send the people using the portals to the right place, Yishi said. Sigh, it's quite convenient. But in this case, there should be someone managing this plaza, right? Yun Nuashing suddenly realized and asked. This is jointly managed by the powerful forces in Xingming City and the forces that own the portals. Those extremely shrewd people will not be so generous as to throw away their own treasures. If the portals are damaged, that force will suffer a great loss, Yishi said with a smile. These are all fixed-point portals that permanently connect 2 places. There is another type of portals, which are coordinate portals. As the name suggests, you need to input coordinates to teleport. That type is unidirectional, but it is more convenient, Yishi said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered that she had discussed with Weiming before. The portable portals of the Red Star Academy seemed to require the input of coordinates. She felt that those portals were much more convenient than fixed-point portals, but they were also much more difficult. Things like spatial coordinates need to be determined through arrays. Those arrays can also reach the level of divine rank. Generally, as long as you have been to a place before, the accuracy of the coordinates can reach 90%. As for places that you have never been to, I estimate that the accuracy is less than 40%. Suddenly hearing this dry laugh, Yun Nuashing's forehead darkened. So this thing is also so unsafe? There are so many, which one is it? Ming also raised his little head at this time, looking at the groups of stone arrays and the endless bluestone plaza. His little head felt a little dizzy. His little hand tugged at Yun Nuashing's long hair as he quickly asked, Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She scratched her head and analyzed a little. Looking at the pillar that reached the sky, she said, the portals between the origin regions should be the most energy-intensive, right? That should be the centermost position. That is indeed the case. She was startled and smiled bitterly. Yin also nodded in agreement. Then, together with Yun Nuashing, they flew toward the pillar that reached the sky in the center. Along the way, he saw many flashing teleportation portals with people constantly flying out and then rushing into another one. It was as if this place was a transit station. Every teleportation portal was guarded by a group of guards. They looked dignified, had cold expressions, and held spears in their hands and wore black armor. Everyone who wanted to use the portals had to pay a considerable sum of money to these guards before they could enter. Along the way, Yun Nua Planet saw many guards who were dressed differently. The symbols on their bodies were also different. It was obvious that they did not belong to the same faction. The teleportation portals and stone arrays of all the factions were piled up here. However, it made sense when one thought about it. A formation master could weave a teleportation portal array with all his heart and soul. If they belonged to the same faction, how many masters or grandmasters would be needed to complete this world-class square? As Yun Nuashing and the others got closer and closer to the stone pillar, the portals around them grew larger and larger. Some were even as tall as tens of thousands of meters. Just now, they were too far away to pay attention to these portals. All their attention was focused on the stone pillar, now that they were shuttling through the portals. Most of their attention was naturally attracted. It was normal that they did not see such tall portals. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the others slowly stopped charging forward. They slowly raised their heads to a 90-degree angle. Their eyes were filled with shock and incomprehension. In 4 directions around the stone pillar, there were 4 portals that were tens of thousands of meters tall. Countless thin and long silver needles, condensed from the power of space through arrays, fell from the sky, forming a shocking silver-blue waterfall that covered the entire sky. Just the base of the portals was tens of thousands of meters tall, densely packed together. Yun Nuashing felt dizzy just looking at it. She only wanted to curse. Damn it! Why did they make the portals so tall for no reason? It's a waste of materials and manpower. Touching his face, Yun Nuashing could not help but ridicule. His gaze turned to the side and looked at the bottom of the small heavenly pillar in front of him. Close to the huge pillar, there was a teleportation door formed by a purple stone platform quietly standing there. Unlike other portals that were open, this purple portal was not open. The 3 positioning stone rings were quietly lying on the purple stone platforms. They were tens of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters tall, and there was no movement at all. Retracting her gaze, Yun Nuashing led the others to the portal in front of them. Compared to other portals, this portal seemed to be much more deserted. There were not many people waiting at this place. There were only a few scattered people who quietly threw down a card and then rushed into the light curtain and disappeared. Little Shi, you're an array master. Can you create this portal? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. She was startled for a moment. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Although she was an array master, she had never written such a complicated array before. After a long while, Shi nodded gently. She frowned and said, It should be possible. I have a certain level of understanding of spatial coordinates. As long as I leave an array at the place I want to go and then draw it here, I can open the portal. If I want to fix it and turn it into what Big Brother Nua saw, it will require a lot of materials that contain the power of space. Yun Nuashing shook her head and hurriedly said, No, no, no. What I mean is if you haven't been to that place before and don't have an array to draw it. Hearing this, Yi could not help but raise her eyebrows. She smiled mockingly and stretched out her hand in front of Yun Nuashing. She smiled faintly and said, I can. There's a 50% chance that the portal I open will deviate from the destination by more than 100 million kilometers. Everyone. Yun Nuashing shuddered and laughed dryly. She hurriedly walked toward the portal in front of her. Forget about this. It's 100 million kilometers wide. Who knows where you'll open the portal? Hello, may I ask where this portal leads to? Walking in front of the guards, Yun Nuashing cupped his fists and said politely. He saw that these guards were quite kind and calm, unlike the other cold-faced gods. He felt that it should be easy to communicate with them. The guard in cyan armor raised his head and glanced at him. He smiled faintly and said, Kid, is this your first time here? Yun Nuashing scratched his head embarrassedly and nodded gently. Seeing Yun Nuashing nod in confirmation, the guard could not help but look at him a few more times. Then he said, This is the portal to the extreme plane region. Kid, do you want to go? It really is the 4 origin regions. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. Then he took out a blue card from the ring on his finger and stuffed it into the guard's hand. He whispered, Can you tell me which portal leads to the Divine Prefecture? The guard received the card and looked at him in surprise. He casually put it away and pointed to the portal in the north that was also closed. He said, That's the portal to the Divine Prefecture. After that, he pointed to the east and south and said, The Ganyuan region and the Kuinyuan region. However, you came at the wrong time. You just happened to bump into the portal to the Divine Prefecture, which is now closed due to malfunction. After saying that, the guard spread out his hands and looked regretfully at the closed teleportation gate. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He widened his eyes and slapped his forehead. He exclaimed, A 1 in 10 million chance. Chapter 190. That seems to be the case, but I don't know the exact reason. There's no connection between the portals of the 4 major regions, other than knowing that someone else's portal is closed due to malfunction. I don't know anything else. The guard was slightly surprised when he heard the words that came out of Yun Nuashing's mouth. Then he nodded and explained softly. Perhaps it was because of the card that carried a lot of weight, but the guard's attitude and tone were not bad. Then, what should I do if I want to go to the Divine Continent? Yun Nuashing suddenly felt his lips trembling slightly. His mouth felt a little dry. Without the portal, how could he go to the Divine Continent? After going through so much trouble to get to Xingming City, now the portal was right in front of him, but he couldn't use it. This feeling was like a foodie who had been hungry for 1,000 years and saw delicious food in front of him, but he was locked up. It's not that there's no way to go, but it's not that safe. The guard couldn't help but chuckle when he saw him frowning and frowning. What's the way? Yun Nuashing's spirit was slightly lifted, and he quickly asked with a little more urgency in his tone. Those stone arrays are space portals. You can still go to the Divine Continent with them, but the guard pointed to the stone arrays carved into the ground and surrounded by 4 or 8 stone pillars. In the end, he paused for a moment. Someone was locked in the portal and thrown out of the realm of the gods, right? Seeing him pause, Yun Nuashing recalled what Rui Ming said about a certain senior being thrown into the star region. His eyebrows immediately twitched, and he continued, That's right. The guard couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He seemed to be used to this kind of thing. Hearing his confirmation, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's fine if the portals are unstable, but why is your fixed one also unstable? All right, I'll think about it. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and led the others slowly toward the portal that belonged to the Divine Continent. Little Star, are we really going to use that tunnel? Yu-In took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yun Nuashing. She tilted her head and asked, Wei Ming had once told them about it in an exaggerated manner, which left a dangerous mark in their hearts. Now it seemed that they still had to use this trick to go to the divine land. Last time, they crossed half of the origin region and deviated by a month. This time, they crossed the origin region. How far should they deviate? Although he didn't have a specific destination to begin with, Yun Nuashing wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said, let's see how it goes. If there's really no other way, I'll create a temporary teleportation gate. Although it'll deviate far, far away, it's still better than being thrown into the God realm. She smiled as she gently shook Yun Nuashing's hand. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. I'd better think about it first. She looked at the teleportation gate in the divine continent. There, a large group of people surrounded the guards in purple armor and seemed to be arguing about something. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Even though they were far away, Yun Nuashing could hear the fierce argument. In any case, we won't reach the divine continent peacefully. Seeing the place that was as noisy as a market, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. She led Yi Shi and the others and slowly walked toward it. Why is the teleportation gate in the divine continent broken all of a sudden? Give us a clear answer as to whether we can open it or not. Our time is very precious. Do you still want to live? Facing the agitated crowd, the guards didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They made it sound as if they didn't want to open the teleportation gate. However, they couldn't do anything about the teleportation gate being broken. The ones who were more heartbroken were undoubtedly them. Every day that the teleportation gate was closed was a huge loss to their forces. Everyone, calm down and listen to me. We're very sorry that the teleportation gate is broken. The experts in our family are trying to find a way to solve this problem. At this time, the teleportation gate can be used as an alternative. If you're in a hurry, why don't you use the teleportation gate to go to the divine continent first? If you're not in a hurry, you can stay and wait for a while. A young guard in purple and gold armor stepped out from the crowd and bowed deeply to the crowd. He quickly smiled apologetically. The aura around this person was much stronger than the other guards. Judging by his attire, he should have a high status among the guards. He should be a guard leader or something like that. How long will it take for the teleportation gate to be repaired? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing squeezed out of the crowd and asked loudly. Although she hadn't used the teleportation gate before, she subconsciously thought that the teleportation gate should be safer than the teleportation gate. If it didn't take long, it didn't matter if they stayed and waited. After all, they weren't in a hurry. As soon as this question came out, the crowd nodded at once. Then they opened their mouths and asked one after another. This about 2 months. The young man touched his face and answered with a trembling voice. However, his heart was beating like a drum. After all, he received the news from his family that it would take at least half a year and at most a month. This time, the portal seems to be in a lot of trouble. It's been open for so many years, and we've only checked it once in a while. There hasn't been any major problems. I didn't expect that this time, even the positioning circle's array formation is about to disappear. But at this time, the family's array formation master actually went on a trip and won't be back for at least half a year. It's troublesome even if I want to invite him. Those guys are so arrogant, they're like big Buddhas. The young man muttered in his heart and looked at the crowd with a fawning expression. Some of the people here had forces behind them that even they didn't want to offend. Now, there seemed to be no other way except to apologize. What kind of international joke is this? 2 months? You might as well go to sh*t. f*cku. 2 months? Is this what you mean by a period of time? Don't you know that time is precious? As soon as the young man's voice fell, the crowd broke out in dissatisfaction. 2 months? They could afford to wait for 2 days, but 2 months? If you're in a hurry, we can provide a space channel for free. Our clan's space channel is still very stable and won't have that kind of situation. If you're not satisfied, You can come here to teleport in the future. We won't charge you. What do you think?" The young man rolled his neck and said with a trembling voice, "Now, the only way left is to take the space channel or teleport to another origin region and then to the Divine Land. The other teleportation gates may not necessarily be broken." When the crowd heard this, they all frowned. After thinking for a while, they nodded and turned to leave amidst a wave of whispers and angry curses. They seemed to have accepted the young man's suggestion and went to change. Before leaving, they didn't forget to glare at him. He could only smile bitterly and feel very aggrieved in his heart. In less than a dozen seconds, the crowd that had besieged and demanded an explanation just now retreated like the tide. It seemed that they would rather pay a higher price to teleport twice than use that dangerous space channel. No matter how nicely they said it, when the crowd retreated, the young man also heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn around and walk back, he saw that Yun Nuashing and the others were still standing there. His expression instantly became a little strange. Could it be that he wanted to use the space channel? Seeing the young man staring at her in a daze, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. She glanced around and found that only her group was left standing here. Her face couldn't help but tremble. Was the space channel really so dangerous that he didn't want to use it after hearing about it? "Little brother, do you want to use the space channel?" The young man knocked on his helmet and asked with a hint of hesitation on his face. Yun Nuashing turned to look at Yi Shi. The latter rolled her eyes at him and opened her little mouth to transmit her voice. "Brother Nua, go ahead if you want to use it. It's not a bad idea to let you experience the space channel." Hearing this, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Yun Nuashing's face. He really did want to play around. The last time he used the space channel, it was Wei Ming's portable channel. What would it be like if he used a fixed channel this time? His eyes flashing for a moment, Yun Nuashing nodded. He also knew that the teleportation gate might be a little safer, but he thought it was too expensive. When he was at the Ultimate Plane Region's teleportation gate, he took a glance at the fees paid by those people and was immediately shocked. If he really used the teleportation gate with the 5 of them for 5 times would probably be enough for him to run out of money. He still had to travel across the entire realm of the gods. In order to prevent any accidents, it was better to save some money for the journey. Seeing Yun Nuashing nod, the young man's eyes widened. He stared at Yun Nuashing for a good while before saying, If you want to use the space channel, then follow me." After saying that, he gestured with his hand and made a please gesture. Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate. He held Yi Shi's hand and walked up to the teleportation gate. Beside him, Yu Yin opened her mouth as if she wanted to dissuade him. But when she saw the determination in his eyes, she didn't know what to say. She sighed, hugged little Purple Soul, and followed after him. The young man looked at them in surprise again, but he didn't hesitate. He ordered the guards to return to their posts and hurriedly led the way. After walking for a few minutes, they stopped next to the platform of the teleportation gate. Near the platform, there was a stone formation that was several times smaller than the teleportation gate. 8 purple stone pillars stood in the 8 directions of the stone formation. The entire stone formation was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were a few spider webs around it. It seemed like it hadn't been used for a long time. This thing hasn't been used by anyone for decades. Yun Nuashing's eyes were wide open when he saw the dilapidated state of the stone formation. His heart suddenly jumped. As a product of the first generation, the teleportation gate was neglected after the second generation's new product due to its instability and other reasons. In comparison, the teleportation gate is much safer and less time-consuming. Over time, only some small places still use the teleportation gate to travel to and from each other. Large places like this are all using the teleportation gate to communicate with each other, Yi Shi said softly. The young man waved his hand and swept away the dust, revealing a stone formation made of purple stones. Mysterious runes were carved on the ground, reflecting a gorgeous purple light under the sunlight. Little brother, are you sure you want to use the teleportation gate? The young man glanced at the stone formation, but still looked at Yun Nuashing worriedly. The teleportation gate is the predecessor of the teleportation gate. Both of them are the same. It's fine as long as we can reach it. My moral quality is still very strong. Nothing will happen. Yun Nuashing felt the young man's worry, but he smiled and said, If you insist, then I can't say anything else. Stand in the middle of the stone formation. I will try my best to use the most accurate coordinates to teleport you safely." Hearing this, the young man nodded and solemnly carved something on the 8 stone pillars. The 8 stone pillars also emitted a bright light, and a magic formation appeared out of thin air and slowly rotated. The energy matrix in the formation was slightly adjusted according to the young man's hand gestures. "Where in the divine prefecture are you going? The western region, the northern wilderness, the eastern sea, or the southern plains?" The young man took the time to ask Yun Nuashing while urging the energy to adjust the coordinates of the magic formation. Hearing these 4 names, Yun Nuashing, who was walking around, stopped and was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's go to the western region. All right, Starry Universe City in the western region of the divine prefecture." Hearing this, the young man nodded. His hands danced and left afterimages. Streams of majestic energy were continuously injected into the magic formation, causing the purple stone pillars to shine brighter. Standing in the center of the magic formation, Yun Nuashing looked at the stone formation that was 100 feet long and wide. He discovered that other than the different colors, it was no different from the stone formations outside. Majestic spatial energy was channeled into the 8 stone pillars and then into the magic formation below, gathering at the center. Buzz! After a while, the stone formation emitted a slight buzzing sound. Vast spatial energy, as vast as the sea, circled around Yun Nuashing and the others, causing their robes to flutter in the wind. The bright silver light almost drowned their figures. "Little brother, take this. Inject energy, and it will open the transportation channel. In the future, with this token, you won't need to pay to go to the transportation channel that belongs to our clan." Outside the array, the young man was panting slightly as he completed the last hand seal. Then he clapped his palms together, making a crisp sound. Then he took out a purple gold token from his ring and stuck it on a stone pillar. The energy matrix inside the token was rewritten and engraved. Then he threw the token into the center of the stone array and yelled, "Master!" Yun Nuashing reached out to take the token. He placed it in his palm and looked at it. He discovered that there was a large Xian character written on it. This made Yun Nuashing stunned. In the current Pantheon realm, the only clan with the surname Xian who had the energy to construct such a huge transportation channel was the Xian clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. "All right." Yun Nuashing responded in a loud voice. Origin energy surged out from his body and poured into the token in his hand. Suddenly, the spatial energy circling around him seemed to be attracted and wrapped around Yun Nuashing and the others. In just a few breaths' time, the bright silver light completely drowned their figures. The dazzling light caused them to disappear from the young man's sight. Boom! The space shook violently for a moment. Suddenly, a silver crack opened slowly. The silver light enveloped Yun Nuashing and the others, and they plunged into it. The spatial crack also disappeared after they entered. The young man looked at the crack and saw that the stone formation had returned to normal. He looked at the eastern sky and shook his head with a sigh. Then he slowly walked back. Chapter 191. Within the silver spatial tunnel, the scenery outside their line of sight had all turned into a long, thin line. They couldn't see the outside world, so they naturally couldn't locate it. The silver spatial wall suddenly squirmed, and a ball of light shrouded in silver light appeared. It paused in this blurry area for a while, then sped towards the front of the tunnel. A moment later, The upper part of the silver ball of light slowly faded away, revealing Yun Nuashing and the others. As soon as they came out, they sized up this silver tunnel. Looking at the outside world that had become extremely blurry and almost pitch black, their eyes revealed some surprise. Last time, when we used Rui Ming's portable spatial tunnel, it didn't seem to be so fast. Seeing the outside of the silver spatial wall become a black line, Yun Nuashing thought back to the first time they used the spatial tunnel. At that time, they could still vaguely see the outside world, but now they couldn't see anything at all. After all, one is portable, and this one is specially used for teleportation. Yu-Yin withdrew her gaze, sat down cross-legged in the silver ball of light supporting them, and said with a smile, nodding. Yun Nuashing lowered her head. Below her feet was a bright white ball of light. It was solid. She stretched and sat down. Stroking Ming's head in her arms, she slightly adjusted her position to let her sleep more comfortably. However, Brother Nua, you guys are really brave. When other people heard that we were going to use the spatial tunnel, their faces all turned red. Patting Yun Nuashing's thigh, she also made do with lying down. She dragged out her voice and said with a yawn, I think my character is still very strong. I shouldn't be so unlucky. Yes, yes. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. That person just said the western regions, the northern wastelands, and so on. Are they places in the Divine Prefecture? Yun Nuashing asked. She was playing with her long black hair. She nodded and said, the Divine Prefecture is also divided into several regions. To the north is the northern wasteland. To the east is the largest ocean in the God realm, the Eastern Sea. To the south is the southern plains, and to the west is the western regions. These 4 regions each occupy a piece of land. After pausing for a moment, She blinked her small eyes and shook her head. She continued, although there are also 4 great regions, the vastness of each of these 4 regions is comparable to an origin region. Doesn't that mean that the Divine Land is equivalent to the area of 4 origin regions? Yun Nuashing gasped. That's not all. She raised a finger and smiled mysteriously. But it won't be fun if I say it out loud. Let's wait for Brother Nua to explore it himself. Rolling her eyes, Yun Nuashing suddenly paused in the middle of smoothing out Ming's hair. She looked at Yu-Yin as though she had thought of something. She asked in confusion, Sister Yu-Yin, are you sure it's okay for you to follow us like this? Yu-Yin froze for a moment when she saw that the topic was suddenly directed at her. She raised her right eyebrow and looked at Yun Nuashing. Is there a problem? No. Didn't you say that you would wait until we reached Xingming City and see if we were going home? Is it really okay for you to leave like this? What about your father? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and said, Yu-Yin and Mei Mao froze for a few seconds when they heard that. Then she suddenly shouted, I completely forgot about it. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Her cheeks twitched a few times. How heartless could she be to forget about going home? Forget it. Let's ignore him. Anyway, I said that I would see if we were going home or not. Now that things have turned out like this, there's no need to continue. Then she shrugged and stuck out her tongue. She patted Yun Nuashing's head and smiled. Also, I'm worried about this little dumb star hanging in the sky. I can't bear to leave your sister behind. Yun Nuashing pouted and rolled her eyes when she heard that. I'm not a child anymore. Why can't I let go? However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. This feeling of being missed by someone was pretty good. He had no relatives or friends, so he only had friends as his last consolation. However, thinking about it carefully, they had been traveling together for almost 5 years. Time really passed very quickly. It slipped by like sand on one's fingertips. Calculating the time, it seemed that it had been almost 7 years since Yun Nuashing crawled out from the desert. He had been searching for his past. Although Xian Yin should have solved the mystery of his past that had troubled him for so long, She said that she wanted him to solve all the mysteries by himself and that he couldn't say anything. Therefore, in fact, there was still no practical progress in his matters in the past 7 years. Although there was no progress, Yun Nuashing wasn't in a hurry. Compared to the first 2 years of searching for his past, he seemed to have let go of a lot and stopped searching. Xian Yin said that he needed to have all his energy until he could face everything that he would have to face after he recovered his memories. Then he would have everything that he had in the past. Then there was no use for him to be anxious. After all, he was only a small, ordinary cultivator now. He was still too far away from a level that even deities had to treat seriously. Xian Yin's cultivation was also a powerful cultivator in the later stages of the divine level. She was even stronger than the previous owner of the Purple Night Dark Flame. A secret that even a powerful cultivator of this level had to protect was definitely not something trivial. That secret was definitely very important. With his current strength, he might not be qualified to know about it. However, he was confident that with his talent, he could cultivate to that level. It seemed very difficult. Those deities are all trying to be mysterious. I really can't help but want to hang them up and beat them up. As he thought about it, Purple Knight's complaining voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't the first time she said this. It seemed that her previous owner had said something mysteriously. Now that he had refined her and seen his memories, he also saw Xian Yin's mysteriousness and didn't know what she had said now. According to the hint from the heaven-defying ultimate god, the first stop of the divine land was right in front of him. This made Yun Nuashing feel a little excited. What exactly was waiting for him? What was waiting for him to experience? Yuyin turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing's unconcealable smile. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so happily?" "I'm thinking that I don't need to look for the divine soul fruit anymore, right?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head and smiled. Since Xian Yin said that what was supposed to happen would happen, he only needed to focus on improving his strength. The memories would slowly unravel as his strength increased. "I don't think there's a need." Yu Yin thought about it and said, now that she knew a little about him, she knew that she couldn't use special methods to unlock his memories in advance. "Big brother, your current memories are equivalent to being locked by countless locks. Increasing your strength is the best key. Don't know everything too early. Otherwise, it won't be good for you or for us. As your cultivation increases, the dusty memories will be revealed, and everything sealed in ice will melt. Brother, you must remember that no matter what you see in the recovered memories, you must use your complete rationality to control yourself. Whether it's now or in the future, don't let yourself lose your rationality. You must not lose control." In that year, Xian Yin had repeatedly reminded Yun Nuashing of many things. Some of them made Yun Nuashing confused, and some of them even confused him. However, he remembered all of them. Since it was Xian Yin who reminded him, it was definitely true. He did not believe that Xian Yin would bear to hurt him. Time passed quietly. When Yun Nuashing opened his eyes again, a day had already passed. Looking at the black environment around him, only the silver spatial barrier was the main theme of this monotonous world. Although he didn't know exactly how fast it was, Yun Nuashing was sure that it was faster than the speed of light. However, he didn't know why the time didn't flow back as he imagined. He couldn't explain it either. He could only attribute it to the fact that the spatial tunnel had fixed the space at the same time while exceeding the speed of light. She looked up and saw his puzzled expression. She blinked and explained very understandingly, "Even if it exceeds the speed of light, if you can't control the power of time, you can't turn back time." However, Brother Nua's thinking isn't wrong. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Time was an illusory thing. Although it floated in every inch of space, whether or not it could be controlled was still a problem. He raised his hand, and the purple gold Xian family token appeared in his palm. It was glowing faintly and constantly flashing. It seemed like they were about to reach their destination. "Are we almost there?" Yu Yin also noticed the status of the token. She stretched lazily, revealing her graceful curves, and said softly in a lazy voice, "Yes, we should be almost there. The token is reacting, which means we should be close to the exit." Looking at the bright tunnel ahead, Yun Nuashing stretched his neck and yawned. "Brother, where are we now?" In his arms, Ming turned around and rubbed her little eyes. She opened them slightly and looked at the endless darkness on both sides. "We're in the sky above the divine mainland." Yun Nuashing patted her little head and smiled. "But I can't see anything." At the side, little Purple Soul yawned and mumbled softly, "Heh." Yun Nuashing chuckled and patted her head. He didn't explain anything. He couldn't explain it in professional terms. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. The token in Yun Nuashing's hand was glowing with a dazzling purple light. Purple dots of light contained the power of silver space. They were circling around the token. It seemed like it was ready to activate. "Let's go. We've reached our destination." Yun Nuashing tossed the purple gold token in his hand and pulled the others to their feet. He smiled and poured his origin energy into the token through his palm. He wanted to open an exit for the spatial tunnel. However, the silver light they expected didn't appear. The silver ball of light under their feet was abnormally quiet. There was no movement at all. They were still surrounded by the silver spatial barrier. It was still dark and chilling outside. It didn't seem like it had any intention of slowing down. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He thought that he didn't use enough origin energy, so he hurriedly urged his origin energy and poured it into the token. But no matter how much energy he used, the token, the silver ball of light, and the spatial passageway didn't have the slightest movement. What's going on? Seeing that there was no movement, Yu Yin hurriedly gathered around and grabbed the token to examine it. In just a few moments, the light around the token seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like they were getting closer and closer to their destination. However, the space around them was unbelievably quiet. If they waited until the light was at its brightest, they would have reached their destination. However, it would be too late to open the spatial tunnel by then. Just imagine traveling at a speed many times faster than the speed of light, and there was a difference of a second or half a second. Just thinking about it made one unable to laugh. It stuck. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Purple Knight's gloating voice suddenly came from Yun Nuashing's body. He could almost imagine the expression on her face when she said that. She must be smiling mischievously. Oh my God! Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. Was his character that bad? First, the teleportation door was broken. Now the spatial tunnel was actually stuck. How could these two things, whose probability was almost negligible, coincidentally run into each other? How much is 1 in 10 million multiplied by 1 in 1,000? And percent dollar. Yen. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he stomped his feet and almost threw the token into the tunnel. Big Brother Nua, didn't you say that your character is strong? She rolled her bright eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yun Nuashing, who was angry, was stunned. He really could not explain this. Little star, I need an explanation. Yu Yin was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. Then she glared fiercely at Yun Nuashing. Didn't this guy say that his character was good recently and that this kind of thing definitely wouldn't happen? How could he explain the current situation? Oh my God, I don't want to be thrown into the star region. Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva and floated the purple gold token in front of him. With a thought, all 18 types of divine weapons appeared and surrounded them. The golden chains tied the two girls, Ming and Zihan, to Yu Yin. His left hand wrapped around Yu Yin's slender waist and pulled Shi into his arms. Then, the silver slender Linghong sword appeared in his right hand. He poured all the energy in his body into the sword, causing the sword to be filled with dazzling light. With a thought, the purple night flame broke out of his body and enveloped the four of them. The blazing temperature caused the space to distort a little. Suddenly, a part of the flame uncontrollably drilled into Ling Hong's sword, causing its body to shine with two kinds of light, silver and purple. The rich spatial energy also carried an extremely hot energy. The Ling Hong sword was ranked second on the divine weapon chart. It was known as the sword that could split time and space. It was made from the power of space and time. It should not be difficult to break open a spatial tunnel. Little star, breaking the void is something that only experts above the divine emperor level can do. A silvery voice rang in his heart. Let's try. If it doesn't work, I have no other choice. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He did not care about the divine emperor level now. The most powerful method was in his hands. If it worked, it would work. If it didn't, there was nothing he could do. Heaven refining array, rise. After thinking about it, Yun Nuashing was still a little worried. He formed a hand seal and brought out the heaven refining array. It shrunk to the size of a person and enveloped the Ling Hong sword completely. The heaven refining array merged with Ling Hong Jian, causing the light on his body to become even more resplendent. It was even a little dazzling. Vigorous, colorful energy filled this space passage. The power of space spread out like a vast ocean, causing the space barrier to tremble a little. Without the spontaneous spatial energy, it will be difficult to break the spatial tunnel with just the spatial energy of the Ling Hong sword. This is not the space of the outside world. Seeing how desperate he was, Yi Shi could not help but roll her eyes at him. She struggled out of his arms and put her hand on Yun Nuashing's palm. Then she said softly, "Release the suppression that the Ling Hong sword has on me. The Ling Hong sword has cut off my connection with the spatial energy." Hearing that, Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. She stared blankly at the silver-blue long needle, not knowing what to do. After thinking about it, she directly stuffed the Ling Hong sword into Yi Shi's hand. "You do it. I don't know how to do it." As soon as the Ling Hong sword was in her hand, a terrifying and majestic spatial energy mixed with Yun Nuashing's energy appeared in her senses. This was the first time she came into contact with the Ling Hong sword. The extremely terrifying energy made her tremble in fear. This is the power of a divine weapon. Taking a deep breath, Yi Shi quickly calmed herself down. She grabbed Yun Nuashing with her other hand and held the Ling Hong sword in front of her with her right hand. She stared at the token that was glowing brighter and brighter. She was not in a hurry to break the space with her sword in an instant. She was waiting for the best opportunity, the moment when they were the closest to their destination, to wave the sword in her hand. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Yun Nuashing also knew what Yi Shi was thinking. She hurriedly extended the purple gold token in front of her a little. When the token emitted a light that was twice as bright as before, Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi's bodies trembled. They shouted at the same time, "Now!" Then the former quickly chanted Amitabha in her heart. The latter used all her strength to wave the Ling Hong sword and violently swept it across the space tunnel. Boom! A white energy sword radiance formed a circle and rapidly swept out from Ling Hongjin's body, after which it slashed on the surrounding space barrier. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the passageway. The barrier formed by the space passageway seemed to shake violently for a moment, after which cracks began to spread rapidly. In less than a moment, a clear explosion resounded. Bang! The space barrier shattered. Endless silver spatial energy wreaked havoc and swept towards Yun Nuashing and the others. The vast energy wave covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Yun Nuashing and the others, pressing their robes tightly against their bodies. Go! Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of cold air after being shocked by the huge energy wave. However, she couldn't care less at this moment. She hugged Yin and the others and hurriedly pulled Yi Shi over. Then they charged towards the rapidly approaching space storm. Purple flames surged out from every inch of their bodies and turned into a flaming arrow. With Yun Nuashing and the others as the arrowhead, they charged madly towards the storm. The dense spatial energy collided with the arrowhead. However, before it could touch the arrowhead, it was completely refined by the purple flames. A wide crack was torn in the huge space storm by the arrow condensed from the divine flames. Then it scuttled into the silver spatial crack behind the storm and disappeared. In the silver space tunnel, violent spatial turbulence filled the entire space. The silver ball of light kept moving forward in front of the tunnel. They didn't know where it ended. Chapter 192. Ah. When he opened his eyes again, Yun Nuashing let out a painful groan. The first thing that entered his eyes was a snow-white ceiling. It seemed like he was in a room. The room was filled with a faint fragrance of incense that made his mind calm down. Stepping onto the soft bed, Yun Nuashing looked around the exquisitely decorated room in a daze. The glaring sunlight shone on his pale face from the side, causing him to frown and turn his head. The bright sunlight shone through the open window at the side. Outside the window, the snow-white clouds were retreating rapidly. Ouch, 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 ouch. Yun Nuashing looked at the strong sunlight with a pained expression. He struggled to sit up, and his snow-white hair was pulled up from the bed. His light purple hair had already lost its gorgeous color. He held his head with one hand. His mind and body were in intense pain, as if they were being torn apart. There were also waves of pain coming from the inside of his body. He knew that this was a sign of serious injury. He lowered his head to look at his clothes. The black windbreaker and black robe that he always wore were gone. In their place was a gray linen shirt. A few bandages could be seen around his chest, and there were mottled bloodstains on the bandages. Yun Nuashing touched the bandages around his chest in a daze, only to realize that there were many bandages around his arms that were stained with bloodstains. He blinked his eyes hard. He remembered that when he charged into the silver crack, he didn't leave from the same place as he had imagined. Instead, he fell into the void and was ravaged by the spatial turbulence everywhere. In order to protect the few of them, he seemed to have broken his 6 wings. In the end, Yi Shi had to wave her Ling Hong sword twice to escape from the void. If it weren't for the purple night flame and the various divine weapons, the 5 of them might have been torn apart by the chaotic spatial energy. Ming, Zihan, Shaoxi, Sister Yu Yin. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly called out. He only remembered that Yi Shi had cut open the void, but he didn't remember what happened after that. He didn't see the others now. Where did they go? Have they come out yet? His gaze swept over the strand of hair in his hand, and he was stunned for a moment. His eyes quickly turned to the bed beside him, and he saw Ming, who had beautiful purplish-black hair, sleeping soundly. Her breathing was calm, and her small face was calm, as if nothing had happened. Ming. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that she was sleeping soundly with no injuries on her body. However, she didn't see the other 3 figures when she scanned the room. There's no need to look for them. Those 2 were thrown off when they were about to leave the void. If you didn't catch them, Yi Shi will be in trouble. Just as Yun Nuashing was feeling anxious because she didn't see the 2 of them, Ziye's voice slowly rang out in her mind. Moreover, that faintly discernible voice seemed to be a little weak. Ziyu, what happened to you? Yun Nuashing was stunned when she heard the weakness in Ziye's voice. She quickly asked, and then laughed bitterly. This damned spatial tunnel. She only took 1 trip, and she was injured all over. She definitely wouldn't use it again in the future. I'm fine. Our minds are connected. You're weak, so I'm a little weak too. Ziyi sighed faintly and said, When you left the void and fell from the sky, you were rescued by a spaceship. You're on the ship now. You've been unconscious for 7 days. I want to help you heal your injuries, but I don't have enough energy, so there's nothing I can do. A flying ship? Yun Nuashing looked at the white clouds floating outside the window when she heard that. Flying ships, as the name implied, flew in the sky. It was a unique means of transportation in the divine continent. The original design idea was that rare and exotic beasts were hard to find, and those who needed to travel long distances needed a means of transportation to save themselves from exhaustion. Therefore, flying ships were created. High-grade flying ships could even exceed the speed of light at the highest speed. However, looking at the scenery outside the window, it didn't seem to be flying at its highest speed. It was flying leisurely. Ming. Yun Nuoxing gently caressed Ming's face and called out softly. However, the latter wrinkled his little nose, turned around, and continued to sleep. He had no intention of waking up at all. "Where's Yishi? You said that she's a little troublesome." Troublesome means. She suddenly thought of what Z had just said, and her heart, which had not yet calmed down, suddenly jumped up a lot. A faint sigh suddenly sounded in her heart, causing Yun Nuoxing's heart to sink. Don't worry, Yishi also came out. However, she used the Linghong sword in order to break through the void and suffered a backlash. Zi Yi hurriedly said when he sensed the sorrow in her heart. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a backlash caused by the Linghong sword. She would be fine after some recuperation. She also cultivated the soul-burning technique, so some damage to her soul would not be very serious. She's not the owner of the divine weapon, nor did she borrow the power of the owner of the divine weapon. She used the divine weapon on her own accord. Do you think the backlash from that broken Linghong sword will be any better? Zi Yi said indifferently, just as Yun Nuoxing was feeling a little relieved. What do you mean? Yun Nuoxing hurriedly asked when she heard that something was wrong. A divine weapon is different from a divine weapon. Once it recognizes its owner, it can still be lent to others. Once a divine weapon recognizes its owner, it will be difficult for it to unleash its power unless the owner is dead. Even if the owner forcibly uses the power of the divine weapon, they will also suffer a terrifying backlash. If it's lent to others, that person's energy will also be needed as a guide. Zi sighed. There's my energy in the Linghong sword. How? Yun Nuoxing was a little anxious when she heard that. When she passed the Linghong sword to Yishi, she did have her own energy in it. However, your energy was depleted after the first swing. When you fell into the void, the second and third swings were her own energy. I don't think I need to say much about the consequences. You'll know once you enter your soul, Z said with a sigh. Soul. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing did not ask any more questions. She hurriedly lay down and entered her soul. After entering her soul, Yun Nuoxing was shocked. The originally pitch-black soul space was now filled with a sea of fire. The light purple fire lit up the space, but it did not make her feel hot at all. She only felt a little warm. Ignoring the changes in her soul space, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly raised her head and saw the silver god's imprint. Behind the imprint, there was a beautiful egg that was half pink and half black. It was quietly floating there. Beside it, there was a cocoon of light that was about 10 feet in size that attracted her attention. This is... Yun Nuoxing frowned. He was 100% sure that there was no such thing in his soul before. The cocoon formed by Yishi's soul. A pleasant but weak voice came from beside him. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and saw Zi slowly walking over from the sea of fire in the distance. Her purple robes covered her delicate body and made her look slender. However, her beautiful face was a little pale. After stealing a few glances, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly turned her head and muttered with uncertainty, formed by Yi-Shi. Fortunately, you let her cultivate the burning soul technique. Her soul was severely injured and she turned into a cocoon. This is the final defense of the burning soul technique. The backlash from the divine weapon is not as simple as you think. If not for the burning soul technique, her soul would have been destroyed. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. After a while, she sighed heavily and looked at Ziyi. She said, When will little she wake up? I don't know. When her soul recovers, when will she wake up? Ziyi shook her head and looked at the silver god's imprint. She then comforted, don't worry. With the god's imprint and the burning soul technique, nothing will happen to Yishi. If you are worried, you should recover quickly and use your spiritual energy to nourish this cocoon. Who knows? She might recover faster. Seeing her smile softly, Yun Nuashing also squeezed out a forced smile. He gently patted the cocoon and let out a long sigh. Opening her eyes, Yun Nuashing sat up and scratched her head. She touched the 2 rings and 2 pendants that were still there and let out a sigh of relief. She took out a black windbreaker and casually put it on. Then she took out 2 elixirs for internal injuries and popped them into her mouth. With the 5 elements in her body and the purple night flame, it was only a matter of time before she recovered. She sat cross-legged on the bed and took out an 8-colored crystal the size of a fingernail. Her spiritual energy drilled out from between her eyebrows and formed a crude heaven refining array around Yun Nuashing. Because it was only used to condense energy, there was no need to draw it out completely. The effect was greater than simply activating an energy condensing array. She threw the crystal into the center of the array, and the array began to operate gently. A thick energy mist floated in the array space and poured into Yun Nuashing's body continuously, repairing her body that had reached its limit. The 5 elements in her body carried 2 flames as they traveled through her body. Along the way, they repaired some broken meridians. The external injuries on the surface of her body were also healing at an observable speed. In less than an hour, the array dissipated, and the energy of the crystal in the center of the array was completely absorbed by Yun Nuashing. It turned into ashes and drifted in the air. Phew! The array dissipated, and Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. The paleness on her handsome face had already been replaced by a rosy complexion. Her silver-white hair had also returned to its light purple color. Her entire body was filled with energy, and her injuries had already healed. The 5 elements and the divine flame allowed her to recover at an extremely fast speed. The effect was definitely not inferior to some high-grade elixirs. However, Yun Nuashing was still not used to being injured. Every time she healed, she would feel an unforgettable pain. She had the light element in her body, so not everything could hurt her. She stretched her waist and removed all the bandages on her body. Her line of sight inadvertently glanced at her 2 arms. Then she was stunned on her 2 arms. There was a mysterious pattern that was connected from end to end. It extended from her shoulders all the way to her forearms. 9 different colors of light flowed slowly and seemed to connect everything together. On her right forearm, the pattern of the Netherworld ruined sword and Ling Hong sword that originally existed had already disappeared. It had transformed into a large, colorful imprint that almost covered her entire forearm. She could even vaguely see the 2 divine weapons. There was even a tiny colorful line that extended all the way to her middle finger. This, what the hell is this? Yun Nuashing widened her eyes and stared fixedly at that line. Her voice was a little shocked as she shouted at the top of her lungs. This is the imprint left behind by the divine weapons that you took out and merged into your body. It has been integrated into your body by your physique. Don't be so shocked. This is the imprint left behind by the cultivation method of the spiritual divine physique. It is constantly accommodating, and from the looks of it, there seems to be some progress. It is said that the complete spiritual divine physique will be covered in colorful patterns. Moreover, the best, or rather, the most common cultivation method of the spiritual divine physique is to accommodate a bunch of spiritual high-level weapons. Your entire body is like a moving arsenal. Hearing her frightened shout, Ziyi explained nonchalantly. As Yun Nuashing recovered, her voice was no longer weak. It was still that kind of clear voice that was like a wind chime that warmed one's heart. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say at all. Could it be that those divine weapons had entered her body so casually without her consent? Was the divine physique too domineering, or were the divine weapons too casual? But it looks pretty good. Yun Nuashing shook her head with a smile as she turned her arm around to admire it. Shameless. Yi couldn't help but mutter when he heard Yun Nuashing's narcissistic voice. You're very beautiful too, okay? Yun Nuashing pursed her lips and looked at the light purple flame imprint on her chest. It was now like a seed that had sprouted a tender shoot. However, it was growing on two ends, one up and the other down, of course. In the end, Yi laughed proudly in Yun Nuashing's heart. Like a wind chime, it made a pleasant tinkling sound. Yun Nuashing. He glanced at Ming and hesitated for a moment before carrying her. In this unfamiliar place, Yun Nuashing couldn't feel at ease leaving her here alone. After tidying up the bed, Yun Nuashing carried Ming to the door, gently pushed it open, and walked out. Yun Nuashing secretly peeked, half his head out. He didn't see dozens of people forming hand seals as soon as the door opened, as he expected. He slowly relaxed. Then he laughed bitterly. Why are you so nervous? There was a curved corridor outside the room. There were many other rooms in other places. It seemed to be an area similar to a residential area. He looked at the two passageways on his left and right, then lifted his feet and walked toward the left. His footsteps made clanging sounds as he stepped on the floor that seemed to be made of metal. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing saw an exit. Sunlight shone in from the entrance. When he saw this, his footsteps quickened, and his primary energy began to circulate crazily again. When he walked out of the door, the dazzling sunlight shone down from the sky and landed on Yun Nuashing's body without any obstructions. He closed his eyes out of habit. After a while, he finally adapted to the intensity of the sunlight and slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and lowered his gaze a little. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow!" What entered his line of sight was a wide and spacious platform. It was like a flat and smooth metal plate that extended out. It was at least 1,000 meters long and a few hundred meters wide. The entire platform was made of a white flat plate, and the front of the deck formed an arc that looked like a white longsword. There were vertical baffles at the edge. At this moment, many people were lying on the baffles, talking and laughing. From Yun Nuashing's angle, he could see everything below. Yun Nuashing was also on a small platform. There were stairs on both sides that surrounded a building that looked like an iron tower behind him. It was also made of white metal. There was still a long way to go, but no one walked to the back. Most of them were gathered on the deck in front of the ship. It's so big! Yun Nuashing couldn't help but exclaim. The entire ship was more than 2,000 meters long. It was like a small moving fortress, but it didn't look strict. There weren't many guards holding spears. It looked happy and harmonious, and the surrounding atmosphere was very relaxed and cheerful. This ship is heading towards the northeast, Qin Wentian said. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky and murmured, I don't know where I am now. Have I reached the so-called Xingyu city? Where are my sister and the others? While Yun Nuashing was murmuring, someone finally noticed him. There were some noises on the deck, and many people quickly walked towards him. Hearing the cries of some people, Yun Nuashing also retracted his gaze and jumped down from the 100-meter high platform first. Then, amidst the surprised cries of the crowd, he landed lightly and stopped in front of the crowd. He smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for saving us. Everyone looked at him strangely, then smiled. A middle-aged man wearing a purple robe walked out of the crowd and sized him up. Then he smiled and said, Not bad, little brother. Your injuries have healed so quickly. You can jump now. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. It had already been 7 days. How could it be fast? However, if this thought was known by others, they might not be able to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Such a serious injury was healed in 7 days. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Did he eat a huge amount of pills? We are the fleet of the Xian family in Xingyu City. When we passed by here, we saw you falling from the sky, so we gave you a hand. If you fell straight down like this, I'm afraid you would be smashed into meat paste. Thank you for saving us." Yun Nuashing smiled, cupped his hands, and said. However, some thoughts were swirling in his mind. Xian family? It can't be that Xian family, right? Thinking until here, he shook his head. In this world, the realm of the gods was so vast. There were at least tens of thousands of families with the surname Xian. It might not be the same family. Xingyu City, it should be the Xingyu City that person mentioned. I didn't expect that after breaking free from the spatial tunnel, it didn't deviate too much. My name is Xian Fu. I'm a deacon of the Xian family. This time, I'm leading the Xian family's fleet to do business. Now I'm on the way back. After saving you, I didn't help much. There are no doctors or alchemists on the fleet. I could only help you treat your injuries. The middle-aged man named Xian Fu scratched his head and smiled. Thank you, big brother Xian Fu. I'm Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing smiled and thanked him again. Then he said, I wonder if big brother Xian Fu saw the red-clothed girl who fell down with me? No. At that time, there were only the two of you in the sky. No one else was there. Hearing that, Xian Fu immediately shook his head. At that time, it was daytime. There were no clouds in the sky. It was impossible to miss anything. Hearing this answer, even though Yun Nuashing was prepared, he couldn't help but sigh. Sister Yuin, Little Z, where did you go? Chapter 193. Little brother, are you all right? Are your injuries still not healed? Xian Fu couldn't help but ask when he saw Yun Nuashing's sad expression. I'm fine. Yun Nuashing shook his head and looked up at the sky. He let out a long sigh and hesitated for a while before asking, Where did I fall from that day? Little brother, 7 days have already passed. No matter what you want to find, there won't be anything left behind. Why don't you tell us what happened first, and see if we can help? Xian Fu said calmly as he patted his shoulder. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing nodded his head. He took a deep breath and slowly explained what happened. You actually escaped from the spatial tunnel? Xian Fu's face was filled with shock. He couldn't help but shake his head and say, No wonder your injuries are so serious. The backlash of spatial energy isn't that good. You're lucky to be able to escape from that thing. Once, when a fleet of our Xian family used the tunnel, they also disappeared without a trace. We don't know where they went. Let's go back to Star Universe City first. Since you're heading in that direction, maybe your friend has already been teleported there. Xian Fu smiled and comforted Yun Nuashing as he patted his shoulder. I hope so. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. His heart slowly calmed down. Right now, this was the only way. He wasn't familiar with this place. If he rushed out rashly, he might not be able to find his way. Since Xian Fu came from Star Universe City, then he could follow him to Star Universe City. Seeing that he agreed, Xian Fu said, The fleet will probably reach Star Universe City in half a month. During this time, stay on the ship. You can stroll around as you wish. But remember, don't go to the building in the center. Nodding his head again, Yun Nuashing smiled. He didn't think about strolling around. Right now, he didn't have the mood. Moreover, he was about to reach his destination. He wanted to break through to the immortal realm before he landed. If Star Universe City was the center of Taiyuan region, then the divine continent was the center of the god realm. This was the gathering place of many experts. All the major forces were rooted here. Thousands of races stood in great numbers. Walking in this place, if one's strength wasn't enough, there would be some trouble. Although Yun Nuashing's trump card was enough to let him run amok in the divine continent, his strength was still a little weak. It's said that as long as one's strength was strong enough, you're strong. But no matter who saw a person who was full of divine tools, they would feel a little uncomfortable. In the end, one's own strength was the most important thing. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing smiled. He greeted Xian Fu and said something. Then he jumped onto the platform and went back to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. His soul power gushed out from between his eyebrows. Along with the purple night flame, he condensed a layer of soul barrier in the room. As long as the soul power didn't exceed his, they wouldn't be able to perceive everything that happened here. Carefully putting Ming on the bed and covering him with a quilt, he formed a few hand seals with both hands and constructed the heaven-refining great formation. His finger lightly touched the pendant. He couldn't help but frown. With a flash of light, a head-sized fire pearl and a fist-sized saint-grade mysterious crystal floated in front of him. Looking at the familiar fire pearl, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He found it at the place where he found the phoenix egg. It contained a lot of pure fire element energy. Originally, he gave it to Yu-Yin. Looking at it now, she seemed to have given it to him when he wasn't paying attention. His palm gently caressed the fire bead, and the scorching energy flowed into his body through his palm. The fire element in his body let out an incomparably excited and yearning sound. Feeling this energy, Yun Nuashing missed his heartless sister, who always treated him like a child, even though they had only been separated for less than half a month. I always feel it's very quiet. Letting out a long sigh, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but murmur. Half a month ago, there were still a few people beside him, chattering nonstop. It made him forget the faintly discernible feeling of vicissitudes of life. But now, Yu-Yin and Little Purple Soul were gone. Yi Shi's soul was badly injured and dormant. Little Ming was also in a coma. He was left alone in a daze. The palm that was grinding the fire bead paused. On the smooth bead, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He turned the fire bead over, only to discover that there were a few words carved on it. He looked at it with interest, and then his face instantly twitched violently. "If you don't refine the fire pearl, I will pluck you down from the sky." Yun Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile. This was what she wanted to do. She wanted to pluck him down from the sky all day long. But he had always been curious. What did pluck him down from the sky mean? "Fine, I'll refine it. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yun Nuashing muttered helplessly. This fire pearl contained a very rich fire element energy. The fire element in his body had reached the purest stage because he had refined the purple night flame. If he refined it now, the effect would be maximized. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the half-immortal stage. The problem was whether he could break through to the immortal stage. You said that there won't be any repercussions for me to break through to the half-immortal stage by refining the glazed crystal, right? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask while he was thinking. That's right. The spiritual godly physique is universal. Other physiques that also rely on energy can also use this method. Yi nodded when he heard Yun Nuashing's voice. Then he added, "Also, there's no need to doubt anything. If I say you have the spiritual godly physique, then you have the spiritual godly physique. In the current realm of the gods, only some super old monsters know about this physique. Others might not be able to recognize it." Yun Nuashing rubbed his face with a bitter smile. He had been living a strange life for the past few years. He didn't even know who he was. The mortal stage is the half-immortal stage. There are 9 transformations in the half-immortal stage. You have to compress your energy 9 times before you can break through to the immortal stage. Yun Nuashing collected her thoughts and calculated in her mind. Then she frowned and looked at the fire pearl floating in front of her. She said, "What about this fire pearl? Can I use it too?" Yes. As long as it's pure energy, it's fine. This fire pearl is condensed from the energy leaked out from the saint-grade mysterious crystal. The energy of the fire element is more than that of the saint-grade mysterious crystal. In other words, refining this fire pearl will be more beneficial to you. Ziyi yawned and answered lazily. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing threw away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Then, She slapped the fire pearl into the eye of the heaven refining formation. She changed her hand seal, and dozens of energy matrices gushed out and wrapped around the fire pearl. They extracted rich fire element energy and then transmitted it to every part of the formation through the energy matrices. The entire formation was dyed a fiery red. The blazing energy seeped out and spun in the air, automatically absorbing the surrounding fire element energy. Then it entered Yun Nuoxing's body. It passed through the purple night flame that enveloped her body and refined it. Then it was refined by the soul-burning technique in her body. The energy that was as thick as a thigh suddenly became as thin as a pinky finger. Finally, it turned into surging origin energy and spread throughout the crystals in her limbs and bones. Compress the energy harder. You have to compress it to the same degree as the energy in your body, Z said calmly. Yun Nuoxing nodded solemnly. The origin energy container in her lower abdomen had already been condensed into a crystal. The energy that was released was also energy that had been compressed to the extreme. The new energy also had to be compressed and refined layer by layer until it reached the same state before it could be absorbed. As a result, the amount of energy required was an astronomical figure. The energy flowing in the crystal had been compressed countless times before it obtained such a color. It was red from the fire element, blue from the water element, and golden from the light element. However, Yun Nuoxing wasn't worried about the lack of energy at all. Not to mention that the heaven refining formation could absorb the energy of heaven and earth within a certain range. Just the energy contained in the fire pearl was enough to support Yun Nuoxing's cultivation. The half-immortal stage requires the origin energy in the body to gradually transform into immortal qi. Only when all of the origin energy is replaced by immortal qi can one be considered to have advanced into the immortal stage. Two different types of energy, but formed from the same source of energy. But to what extent do I have to compress it? Not long after, the entire formation was covered by a dense, fiery red energy mist. Yun Nuoxing's figure was also submerged in the mist. A whirlpool could be seen spinning rapidly in the formation, condensing the surrounding energy mist into liquid. Like streams of water, the liquid quickly flowed towards the source of the whirlpool, Yun Nuoxing. The liquid entered through every pore of her body and was refined into pure origin energy, which gathered in her lower abdomen. The energy gathered in her lower abdomen wasn't in a hurry to fuse with the crystal. On the contrary, more energy continuously flowed out of the crystal and intertwined with the new energy. Then it was compressed and condensed by her majestic soul energy. Under the powerful compression, the two types of energy emitted waves of energy. The volume of the two types of energy also became smaller and smaller, as if they were about to become solid. Drain the energy in the container and temper it. Then put the newly compressed energy, immortal qi, into the container. Ziyi was also guiding Yun Nuoxing's cultivation from the side. The heaven and earth energies from the outside world were also mixed with the numerous elemental energies that were drifting about and were pouring into the formation. However, when they just approached the hull of the ship, these energies, without exception, disappeared without a trace. Only in the boundary world could these energies be observed. One after another, the energies converged into a huge energy light beam that broke into the formation that enveloped the entire room. Ordinary energy of heaven and earth entering the formation was nothing. However, when the elemental energies entered the formation, the mottled colors were uniformly transformed into fiery red fire elemental energies. Then they emerged from the formation and were refined by Yun Nuoxing. Under such an orderly situation, the energy in Yun Nuoxing's body was slowly increasing. The crystal in her lower abdomen was also slowly growing bigger. Moreover, it seemed to be gradually becoming rounder. The 8 corners of the cube were actually slowly being worn away. When the crystal turned into a perfectly round bead, she reckoned that she would be able to advance to the immortal rank. A ball, huh? Interesting measurement method. Yun Nuashing, who sensed the changes, laughed. The measurement of the levels in the ranks wasn't very clear. Unless she went through it step by step, or she could see it when she released her aura, she wouldn't be able to sense it. However, the changes in the ranks were observable to a certain extent. Every time she advanced to the next rank, the energy contained in her body would change. Apart from this, she could also see the changes in the container. After carefully sizing it up and seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, Yun Nuashing slowly closed her eyes and continued to absorb the huge amount of energy. It would take some time for her to advance from the 11th level of the mortal rank to the half-immortal rank, then to the immortal rank, even if she used the 5 elements to increase her speed. She had to try her best to finish it within half a month. After cultivating in such an orderly manner for a few days, Yun Nuashing unexpectedly discovered that the head-sized fire bead hadn't changed at all. It was still the same size, and it was still very bright. It was as if it wasn't the one supplying the energy all this time. However, the energy flowing out of the formation was indeed extracted from it. After being surprised for a while, Yun Nuashing turned her attention to her lower abdomen. There, a bright-colored bead was surrounded by a fiery red pool of energy. The bead was constantly extracting the energy from the pool to strengthen itself. Within the fiery red energy, there was a bit of illusory energy that was completely different from the energy from before. However, with Yun Nuashing's refining speed, this was still too slow. The energy wasn't abundant enough, and as she refined it, it broke off. The speed at which the 5 elements are added together is too fast. With a thought, a vast amount of soul power wrapped around the pool of water. The majestic strength compressed the pool of water, turning it into a whirlpool and pushing it into the round bead. Looking at the energy that was quickly condensing at the side, Yun Nuashing sighed. Although the energy that was stripped from the fire bead was already very large, the energy was still not enough. Yun Nuashing glanced to the side and saw the black rhombus crystal that was constantly emitting a faint purple energy. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned, but before he could do anything, the seal on the surface of the rhombus crystal actually cracked a little. Instantly, the energy that was several times larger than before rushed towards the rapidly condensing energy like an ocean. The vast soul power was actually shaken by the sudden appearance of this energy. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After a moment, she reacted and shrugged her shoulders. She thanked Zi in her heart. He knew that this was Zi Ye's masterpiece. At this moment, the faint purple energy and the fiery red energy intertwined and rapidly condensed beside the bead. The mass of energy was also growing larger and larger. He couldn't divert his attention to other things. He hurriedly released all of his soul power, carrying the 5 elements, and threw it into the refinement process. The vast amount of energy that was as vast as the ocean held in his body. It even formed an energy storm that swept through the entire room. The storm lasted for a moment. Suddenly, dozens of silk threads extended from Yun Nuashing's skin and stuck to every corner of the room. Dazzling light was released. More and more silk threads surged out and wrapped around Yun Nuashing and the heaven refining array. Silk threads kept entangling them and slowly formed a cocoon. Flickering lights flickered in the cocoon like a heartbeat. With the formation of the cocoon, the energy storm also disappeared. The entire room was left with a huge cocoon of light and Ming, who was sleeping soundly. Chapter 194. The snow-white room was filled with bright, mottled energy, forming a small whirlpool. Energy whistled and surged, and through the layers of dense energy mist, one could see a large cocoon of light hanging in the middle of the room. The dazzling light flickered like a beating heart. Every time the light flickered, the surrounding energy would fluctuate, and then a large portion of the energy would flow into the cocoon of light. During the time that Yun Nuashing was in seclusion, Xian Fu and the others only came by once. However, they only stood at the door for a moment. When they felt the powerful energy reverberating through the door, even though he was an immortal, rank expert, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Thus, he stopped everyone from investigating. The most taboo thing for cultivators was to be disturbed. If they were disturbed, their state of mind would become unstable, and their efforts would be for naught. But if the energy went berserk, when he thought of this, Xian Fu couldn't help but wipe his forehead. If the energy in the room went berserk, it would be enough to blow up the entire ship. Since no one came to disturb them, Yun Nuoxing's advancement naturally progressed smoothly. The energy in the room gradually retracted and was locked in the room by the formation under the cocoon of light. Everything flowed back into the room, and the cocoon of light was immersed in a sea of energy. If anyone could see the cocoon of light, they would discover that it was nurturing an extremely powerful life form. During this time, Ming woke up. She was shocked when she saw the cocoon of light hanging in the air. However, when she sensed Yun Nuoxing's presence, she calmed down. She had seen Yun Nuoxing transform into a cocoon before, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, when she swept her small eyes around and didn't see Yin Yishi or Little Purple Soul, she was a little anxious. This was the first time she had been left alone like this. It felt as if she had been abandoned. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. A thin layer of mist actually appeared in her watery eyes, as if sensing Ming's emotions. The cocoon of light suddenly became much brighter. A powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the cocoon of light, crazily plundering the energy in this area. It even formed a huge energy whirlpool in the room. At this time, there was no barrier set up by a divine artifact in the room, and the soul barrier had inadvertently dispersed when Yun Nuoxing transformed into a cocoon. This caused the whirlpool to clearly expand, forming a multicolored energy whirlpool outside the ship. A strange pressure spread out, causing the hearts of the people on the deck to abruptly contract. What a powerful pressure! This energy seems to be almost at the immortal rank. On the deck, Xian Fu couldn't help but gulp when he saw the energy whirlpool formed halfway up the building. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and back. Only a few people in the Xian family possessed such a powerful pressure. Everyone, do not take half a step into the residential area. Stay on the deck for this period of time. After pausing for a moment, Xian Fu quickly reacted and shouted loudly. His voice spread out majestically. A 16 or 17-year-old immortal rank expert. Thinking of Yun Nuoxing's young appearance, Xian Fu couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the former really broke through to the immortal rank, then even the Xian family, one of the major forces in Star University, would have to consider making friends with him. An immortal rank cultivator was already considered an expert. It wasn't that Star University didn't have immortal rank experts, but he had never seen one so young. The self-proclaimed strongest youth was only a half immortal rank 7 or 8, and that person was already over 20 years old. At this moment, seeing a youth who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old breaking through to the immortal rank, he couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Such terrifying talent was simply heaven-defying. At this rate of development, maybe after 10,000 years, a god whose name would shake the entire divine continent will be born. If they were on good terms with him, the Xian family would definitely obtain unimaginable benefits. In just a short moment, Xian Fu had already thought through the pros and cons of this. With this kind of brain, it would be a waste if he didn't go into business in the room. Feeling the sudden surge of energy around him, Ming seemed to have guessed that Yun Nuoxing wanted to desperately break through to the immortal rank. But if he was impatient and acted recklessly like this, he might suffer from qi deviation. Big brother, don't worry, Ming is fine. Shocked by Yun Nuoxing's actions, Ming hurriedly got up, tiptoed, and used his small hand to touch the light cocoon as he hurriedly said. Upon hearing Ming's voice, the light cocoon stopped its frantic absorption of energy. However, it continued to radiate an extremely dazzling radiance. Not only did the whirlpool outside not dissipate, but it also expanded significantly. Vast amounts of soul power dominated the energy in this area, continuously extracting the various elemental energies drifting between heaven and earth. Seeing that the light cocoon had settled down, Ming also heaved a sigh of relief. His small body curled up in the bed, and he didn't dare to do anything else lest he disturb Yun Nuoxing. After settling down, Yun Nuoxing also sped up his breakthrough. He felt that in this unfamiliar place, he naturally had some confidence in breaking through to the immortal rank. Not to mention that he had more than 10 divine tools on him. Just the light cocoon he formed was enough to defend himself. After going through a few heavenly tribulations, Yun Nuoxing also understood a little. This light cocoon seemed to be able to absorb destructive energy, so naturally he wasn't afraid of being interrupted by people with bad intentions. But I really didn't choose a good place to break through. In the soul world, Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. He was indeed too anxious this time, directly breaking through without choosing a place. But he was already halfway through, so he couldn't just stop now, right? Who told you to be so impatient? Don't you know that haste makes waste? In front of Yun Nuoxing, a beautiful girl with an oval face sat quietly. Her light purple hair hung down straight, like silk, and her body was surrounded by gorgeous purple flames. A few faint lines of fire connected her and Yun Nuoxing. This was naturally Z. She seemed to have been staying in Yun Nuoxing's soul all this time, and didn't really come out even after being refined. After being taught a lesson, Yun Nuoxing only smiled bitterly. Between his palms, purple flames and blue flames intertwined. However, if one had to describe it, it was more like the purple flames were eating the blue flames. After all, the blue flames were only a small ball, and the purple flames were faintly dyed with a faint blue color. It wandered in the purple flames, as if the two types of flames had merged together. Be careful, calm your mind. Don't be agitated anymore. It'll be fun if the flames explode. Right now, we're in your soul world. At the very least, you'll be seriously injured. Z yawned, covered her small mouth with her delicate hand, and said lazily. She didn't know why this guy suddenly went crazy and suggested to merge the flames. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the spiritual divine body? Fortunately, this was only the merging of ordinary flames and divine flames. The former would be firmly suppressed, so there wouldn't be any accidents during the merging process. If it was the merging of two divine flames, let's see how you'll die. Yes, yes. Yun Nuoxing curled his lips and nodded in response. His mind was focused on the flames on his palms. Looking at the two balls of flames fusing together, he couldn't help but laugh. Relying on the unique effects of the soul-burning formula and the spiritual divine body, he actually managed to merge the two types of flames that had repelled each other. However, the blue flames were clearly too weak. It was said to be merging, but in fact it was almost completely devoured by the purple flames. Moreover, the purple flames only had a tiny bit of blue color. However, although the blue flames were very weak, Yun Nuoxing could still feel that the power of the purple flames seemed to have increased by a lot. I wonder what will happen when the two types of divine flames merge together. Licking his lips, this thought suddenly flashed across Yun Nuoxing's mind. Then, he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't get rid of it and seemed to stubbornly want to give it a try. Uffed. Hearing this, Z instantly lost his composure and spat out a mouthful of water. His eyes widened as he stared at Yun Nuoxing. That kind of expression was as if he was looking at a lunatic. After being stunned for a long time, he said, "Are you crazy?" "I'm just saying, don't be so agitated." Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and laughed. However, this thought was rooted in the bottom of his heart. Z, who was connected to his mind, naturally felt it too. "Don't be rash." Z glanced at him and said indifferently. In his heart, he wasn't too surprised. He was just a little shocked, as if he already knew that Z would do this. "Don't worry." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and grinned. He was looking forward to the power of the two types of divine flames after they merged. Burning mountains and boiling seas should be very easy, right? Seeing that Ziyi did not have much of an emotional fluctuation, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and then continued to throw his mind into the two balls of flames in his hands. The fusion here was not complete, yet if his mind fluctuated a little and messed it up, then his fate would be somewhat miserable. When Yun Nuashing's merging of the flames was going smoothly, time quietly passed. The half-a-month journey seemed very short. Compared to Yun Nuashing's journey, it was just a blink of an eye. During this half-a-month journey, the Xian family's flying ship increased its altitude by quite a bit. Because Yun Nuashing's cultivation caused too much of a commotion, flying at a low altitude was very conspicuous. However, even if they flew a lot higher, it still attracted some people's attention. The energy fluctuation was very difficult to conceal. They didn't have anyone who could cast a spatial barrier or a mobility barrier. Along the way, when they passed by many small cities, there were experts who came up to investigate. There were even people who wanted to invite that big shot down for a chat. This made Xian Fu a little helpless. However, he politely sent them all back. At the same time, he got people to increase the speed of the ship. After leaving the city, they slowed down. After half a month's time, the flying ship also neared Star University. Looking at the huge tower that stood in the sky, Xian Fu couldn't help but raise his head to look at the energy whirlpool that was still spinning. He was slightly anxious in his heart. Mr. Yin still hasn't finished his cultivation? We're about to reach Star University. If we enter the city like this, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. It won't be good if other forces see us. Xian Fu scratched his head and couldn't help but mutter. The way he addressed Yun Nuashing had unknowingly changed. The strong were easily respected. This sentence was really not wrong. After hesitating for a while, Xian Fu gritted his teeth and got people to slow down the ship. Then he quickly walked towards the direction of the residential area, wanting to wake Yun Nuashing up. Boom! Just after Xian Fu walked a few steps, a strange fluctuation suddenly came out from the room. Being affected by the fluctuation of energy, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. A large patch of dark clouds inexplicably appeared on top of the ship and spread out in a manner that covered the sky. Silver blue lightning flashed rapidly within it. A few bolts of lightning peeked out from the clouds and cut through the darkness. After that, the entire patch of dark clouds trembled a few times and began to appear gold, red, blue, green, and bright silver. When the last color appeared from the clouds and dyed the entire cloud into a 6-colored thundercloud, a terrifying energy pressure suddenly reverberated from the heaven and earth. The rumbling sound made people mistakenly think that the entire space was trembling. This is heavenly tribulation. Xian Fu was the first to notice this situation. When he saw the colorful lightning bolts randomly flying around in the clouds, his mouth instantly dropped. In their experience, they had never seen such a thing as a heavenly tribulation. But today, even though they had seen it, that kind of energy was enough to split this ship into pieces. Wang. Just when Xian Fu didn't know what to do, a colorful cocoon of light suddenly rushed out from the residential area. The light it emitted wasn't any weaker than the colorful thundercloud in the sky. The cocoon of light only paused for a moment when it rushed out. Then, under the astonished gazes of Xian Fu and the others, it rushed out of the ship and quickly flew towards the mountain range in the distance. Along with it, the colorful thundercloud in the sky seemed to have followed the cocoon of light. Looking at the suddenly clear sky, Xian Fu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That aura was too terrifying. Chapter 195. In a mountain range, a few roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Warm sunlight poured down from the sky, and the leaves swayed with a crisp and pleasant sound. In just a moment, the might of thunder suddenly descended on this mountain range, causing the magical beasts that were dozing off below to suddenly raise their hairs. They looked up with eyes full of horror. A huge thundercloud had appeared in the sky at some point, covering the sky and the sun. Colorful lightning descended from the thundercloud and struck towards a certain place. The pressure that filled the sky frightened those magical beasts, and they quickly fled. They were taking a good afternoon nap. What was going on? Boom! 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 When the lightning that filled the sky fell from the sky, all of them turned and pointed at the light cocoon somewhere in the sky. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like a folded lightning bolt that struck the light cocoon in a flash. Some scarlet and dazzling talismans appeared on the surface of the colorful light cocoon, resisting all the destructive lightning bolts. Then, with a flash of light, purple flames with blazing heat wrapped around the lightning bolt, refining it and transmitting all the energy into the light cocoon. The power is too strong. Is it because I didn't experience the heavenly tribulation in the previous few realms? A somewhat puzzled voice suddenly came from the light cocoon that flickered with lightning. At the beginning, the light cocoon directly used the talismans, and the talismans contained in the soul-burning technique also rushed out on their own. It seemed to be a little difficult to resist. Boom! The light cocoon trembled violently, and purple flames swept out like a flaming storm, forming a tornado that connected the earth and the sky. The blazing heat burst out, causing the forest below to emit white smoke. Many trees were even ignited in an instant. The purple flames rose and covered the whole mountain range, as if they were going to burn this mountain range to ashes. The flaming tornado directly reached the thundercloud above and swept it in. Whether it was the thundercloud or the lightning, they were all mixed together. The purple tornado suddenly became gorgeous and colorful, and it faintly carried the crackling sound of thunder. Since the spiritual divine body can accommodate all living things, then I'll swallow this thundercloud. At the center of the tornado, Yun Nuashing's sly laughter sounded from within the cocoon of light. Then an enormous suction force suddenly erupted from the cocoon of light and sucked in the thunderclouds and lightning. If those experts who had experienced the heavenly tribulation saw this, they would definitely blush and curse. Mother asterisk cur! Tribulation transcendence was such a dangerous thing. If one was careless and failed, it was not impossible for them to be seriously injured or even die. How could you be so reckless in your hands? Is it fun? The stirred thunderclouds seemed to be stunned for a moment. At some point, they actually quieted down. Then, in an instant, they suddenly erupted with an unusually powerful power. The lightning seemed to connect into an ocean, raging wildly in the flaming tornado, forming one after another lightning curtains that moved around the light cocoon. Boom! Kacha! Flames and lightning intertwined to create a crazy dance. Rhythmic crackling sounds rose and fell, like the rising and falling of the tide, like wave after wave. A roar that shook the soul resounded. And in this large decibel music, the sound of light cocoons shattering suddenly rang out, as if they could not withstand such a huge amount of energy, and began to shatter. Boom! After persistently striking for half an hour, the thunderclouds finally gave up on this tough bone that they could not chew on and slowly dissipated. The might of the lightning that filled the sky gradually dissipated, and even the tornado stopped. The forest below had long been destroyed beyond recognition. It was barren, and there was purple sand everywhere. Not a single tree was left. Kacha! The tornado dissipated, revealing a thin layer of light cocoon. Then, cracks began to appear on it. In just a short moment, the cracks had spread to the entire thin layer. Then, with a bang, it turned into light spots that filled the sky. The light cocoon shattered, revealing Yun Nuashing, who was wearing a black windbreaker. His light purple hair was mixed with a strand of ocean blue hair that swayed with the wind. Warm sunlight poured down from the sky, and the golden light shone on Yun Nuashing's body. His entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden gauze, appearing extremely beautiful, just like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Ugh! Yun Nuashing stretched his arms and leaned back. He let out a low groan, and the bones in his body began to crackle, like the sound of beans being popped. Abundant energy flowed through his entire body. The overflowing energy turned into a thin mist that covered Yun Nuashing. Immortal energy flowed through him, making him appear ethereal. Immortal energy. This meant that Yun Nuashing had officially advanced to the immortal stage. The origin energy in his body had been completely converted into immortal energy. In his lower abdomen, the cube crystal that was originally the size of 2 fingers had completely turned into a round bead. However, it was only the size of a finger. Faint immortal energy lingered around it. Although its size had shrunk, the energy it contained was incomparable to before. Immortal energy and origin energy. The immortal stage versus the mortal stage. These were of a higher level of energy. How could they be compared? I've reached the immortal stage. However, if I always rely on external forces to break through, won't there be trouble in the future? Clenching his fist, Yun Nuashing put away the fire bead that was floating in front of him. When he saw that it hadn't changed at all, and that the sentence was still engraved on it, he couldn't help but laugh. However, this shouldn't be completely relying on external forces, right? After all, it's condensed energy, so it shouldn't count as external forces. Moreover, the flow of energy in my body doesn't feel empty. There shouldn't be any problems. Sensing the situation in his body, the worry in his heart dissipated in less than a minute. I know that spiritual, godly physiques are very reckless, but I didn't know that there was a spiritual, godly physique as reckless as you. Just as Yun Nuashing was feeling good about himself, Zai's voice sounded in his mind. There was a hint of anger in his voice, as if he was blaming him for his actions just now. All right, since there's nothing to do, let's not bother about the process, Yun Nuashing said with a smile, as if he was a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. If you act recklessly like this, something will happen sooner or later. Zai sighed. He knew that Yun Nuashing was a stubborn person, so he didn't waste his breath to say anything. When Yun Nuashing was in pain, he would naturally restrain himself. However, he still couldn't help but remind him. Then I'll be more careful next time. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and smiled. It would be strange if you were more careful. Zai muttered in his heart. He didn't say anything on the surface and only softly said, N. After replying to Zai half-heartedly and half-seriously, Yun Nuashing looked into the distance. 6 wings spread out from his back, and he quickly flew in the direction he came from. It had been a while since he came out. If he stayed for too long, he would think that he had been thrown away. Therefore, when he flew, he even used the light element. After Yun Nuashing advanced to the immortal rank, his body's energy capacity increased by a lot. He didn't need to use the light element intermittently like before to increase his speed. Now he could directly use it to support his flight. Of course, all of this was under the premise that he didn't use the light element at all. And with the support of the light element, Yun Nuashing's speed could be said to be chasing the stars and chasing the moon. In just a short moment, Yun Nuashing saw the huge flying ship in the sky. He flapped the 6 wings on his back and quickly retracted them. His figure streaked across the sky like lightning. In the next instant, he appeared on the ship and rushed into the residential area. On the deck, Xian Fu and the others were eagerly waiting. Ever since the light cocoon rushed out, they couldn't sense anything and didn't know how the tribulation was going. In the room, Ming, who was also anxiously waiting with his neck stretched out, was nestled in his bed. His large purple-black eyes looked uneasily at the door of the room. His heart was a little uneasy. Shua! Big brother! A black figure suddenly rushed in from the door of the room, scaring Ming Ming, who was already uneasy, to the point that he took 2 steps back. When he saw who it was, he immediately cried out in joy. He jumped off the bed and plunged into Yun Nuashing's embrace, rubbing against him a few times like a spoiled child. Yun Nuashing reached out and hugged the petite body in his embrace. He dotingly rubbed his head and laughed. Then he carried Ming out and prepared to go to Xingyu City. He wanted to go out and take a look. Walking out of the room, Yun Nuoxing's figure flashed and appeared on the deck. He smiled at Xian Fu and the others. "Little brother Yun, you're back." Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared on the deck, Xian Fu and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they suddenly burst out in joyful voices. They took a few steps forward and cupped their fists to congratulate him. "Big brother Xian Fu, my life was saved by you. Be more natural." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He took a step to the side and didn't accept Xian Fu's greeting. "Little brother is too polite. We just gave you a hand in passing. We didn't help much." Hearing this, Xian Fu hurriedly shook his head. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with eyes full of reverence. Immortal rank, that kind of level was perhaps the limit for them. They were already old and had no successors. They weren't like Yun Nuoxing, who was 16 or 17 years old and was already an immortal rank expert. Experts would be respected no matter where they were, especially in some cities where there weren't many experts. And Yun Nuoxing's 8 characters had already touched the ground. Smiling, Yun Nuoxing looked towards the horizon. There, a magnificent city appeared. A towering black tower stood in the middle of the city. It seemed to be the city's landmark, but he didn't know what it was used for. That's the Xian family's spirit refining tower. It was built based on the Red Star Academy's Earth Pagoda. The principle is similar, but it's not as detailed. When the soul enters it to train, the damage it receives is the same as the damage in the real world. However, the damage is much smaller. Seeing the surprise in his eyes, Xian Fu smiled and explained. There was a hint of pride in his words. To be able to replicate the Red Star Academy's training facility, this wasn't an ability that anyone could have. It's actually replicated. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing looked at him in shock and said, he had stayed in the Red Star Academy before and had entered the Earth Pagoda. That was the best place to experience life and death battles, and he remembered that he had been stuck at the 50th checkpoint for 10 days. The danger of that battle was still fresh in Yun Nuoxing's mind. After all, if it was in the real world, he would have died countless times. "I'll take my leave first. Let's meet in the city later." Retracting his gaze from the distance, Yun Nuoxing said to Xian Fu. He couldn't wait any longer. After parting for half a month, he was worried that something would happen to Yu-Yin. Although the latter had mastered a ceiling-level array, and with that kind of nature, there shouldn't be anyone who could make her suffer, he was still worried. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing ignored Xian Fu and the others. Carrying Ming, he turned into a black lightning and flew toward Xingyu City. Seeing this, Xian Fu couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he didn't say anything to stop him. He only hurriedly transmitted a message. "Mr. Yin, if it's possible, please help my Xian family." Chapter 196. His body turned into a ray of golden light, streaking across the sky, leaving behind a small tail that quickly dissipated. Like a golden meteor, he rushed towards the city in the distance. Xingyu City, it's quite big. Yun Nuoxing stopped at the edge of Xingyu City. He floated in the air and carefully looked at the first city he came into contact with in the Divine Continent. His eyes were filled with surprise. Xingyu City was a few 100,000 miles in size, much smaller than Xingming City, but bigger than Divine Weapon City. Looking down from the sky, he could barely see everything. Crowds gathered like sardines on the streets, swaying back and forth. Waves of shouts, endless streams of horses and carriages. Tens of thousands of buildings stood erect, and shops were everywhere. It was completely a miniature version of the world. Looking at the flow of people, it seemed to be an extremely prosperous city. The so-called Spirit Refining Tower was located in the north of Xingyu City. The tall black iron tower was somewhat strict. Under the slanted sunlight, half of its image was exposed, like a landmark of Xingyu City. The entire city was mainly made up of dozens of streets that ran horizontally to the end. arranged in a radial pattern. Other than the Xian family's spirit refining tower in the north, Yun Nuoxing also saw different landmark buildings in 3 other directions, which seemed to belong to other forces. The most eye-catching one was the center of Xingyu City, where a group of blue buildings stood out compared to the surrounding yellow buildings. On the tallest ice blue tower, big words appeared. Galaxy College. Galaxy College? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He had heard of this name before. When he was still living in the Red Star Academy, Xian Yin had shown him some information about other colleges, including Galaxy College. It was said that it was quite famous in the Divine Continent, but it was not as big as the Red Star Academy. Well, academies can be found everywhere. Yun Nuoxing shook his head vigorously after looking at the blue buildings for a while. There were specialists in the academy to guide one's cultivation, and any kind of cultivation techniques, herbs, arrays, or weapons were basically available. He had also been to the loft of the Red Star Academy and knew how precious the things stored there were. Cultivating in the academy could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. However, he had never liked places like academies for cultivation. Perhaps it was due to his unruly nature, but he preferred to be unrestrained and free to soar in the sky, without any contact with others. This must be the autism that big sister Yu Yin was talking about. Yun Nuoxing touched his face and couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. Yu Yin had always said that he had autism and didn't like to see people. He quite agreed with it, and also felt that he was a dark animal. Shaking his head, he threw all other thoughts to the back of his mind. After identifying the direction, he quickly swooped down towards the city and flew towards the distant place where he could vaguely see the shadow of a teleportation gate. The teleportation point was in the north of Star Universe City and was a distance away from Star Universe City. It was also a square, standing among the mountains, as if a mountain had been flattened to build this square. The scale was much smaller than the Bluestone Square in Star Underworld City. The size of the teleportation gate was also much smaller. The small one was only 100 feet high, and the big one was only a few hundred feet high. It seemed that they were all used for short-distance teleportation, as a rich spatial energy filled the space. After a rough glance, Yun Nuoxing withdrew his gaze. His gaze swept around, and among the many teleportation gates, he suddenly found a stone array that was also made of purple stones. Without thinking, he rushed down. Perhaps the teleportation passageway was almost closed down after the creation of the space teleportation gate. There was not even a guard here. The 8 purple stone pillars were covered in dust, and the underground array was covered in a thick layer of dust. When a strong wind blew, it would raise a cloud of dust. It looked like it had accumulated dust for countless years, and did not look like it had been used or opened. The 8 stone pillars even had some cracks that had accumulated over time. It was obvious that it had not been maintained for a long time. This was probably the reason why the door in the passageway cannot be opened. Desolate and dilapidated, this was the only rhythm of this 10-foot stone array. Yun Nuoxing walked lightly on it, leaving footprints behind him. With every step he took, a large cloud of dust would splash up, dyeing his trousers and shoes an earthy yellow. Phew! It's really broken beyond recognition. I don't know how many years it has been since it was maintained, but that guy still said so confidently that it was quite stable. Evil Spirit looked at the underground array that was about to be destroyed. Yun Nuoxing could not help but scratch his head. Riding on this thing was purely a trap for him. I want to protect my rights. Deceive the consumers. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and could not help but curse fiercely in his heart. If he returned to Xingming City in the future, he would definitely find that guy and have a good talk with him. It doesn't look like it has been used in a short period of time. Purple Knight sighed. He said that Yu Yin and the others had already escaped from the teleportation gate. Since she said so, there should be no problem. However, Yun Nuoxing and the others had escaped one after the other. The speed of the teleportation gate was extremely fast, exceeding the speed of light by many times. When they left the gate one after the other, no one knew where the two of them were sent to. Time rewind. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing took out the divine mirror of light and silently chanted. Boundless immortal energy spiraled around his body like a tornado, causing the stone array to tremble a few times. The whistling immortal energy spiraled in the air for a while, then rushed into the golden mirror in his hand. The exchange rate was in the center of the mirror. Soon after, an image was slowly projected in the space in front of him. Spatial energy, the evil spirit I opened, and a brilliant, colorless light illuminated Yun Nuashing's face. His eyes stared at the image. He wanted to see the flow of spatial energy. If he could see the flow of spatial energy, he might be able to follow this trace and find Yu Yin and Zi Hun. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. Yun Nuashing did not find any trace of energy. He had even rewound the time from 10 days ago to a month ago, but there were still no clues. The sky in the image was white, then black, black, then white, but he did not see any trace of silver blue. Big brother, point the mirror in another direction. Maybe you can find it. Just as Yun Nuashing was anxiously staring, Ming tugged on his long hair and said softly. Yun Nuashing stared blankly and felt that it made sense. The transmission channel was not stable. From the image on the screen, Xingyu City and Xingming City were not far apart. However, when the coordinates were inputted and magnified on the screen, it was a distance of millions of li. If they incorrectly inputted 1 unit more or 1 unit less, the final destination would be a little frightening. However, Yun Nuashing had not studied this matter and could only roll his eyes and search in the dark. According to Ming, Yun Nuashing shifted the direction of the divine mirror of light to the other 4 directions. This time he searched very carefully. He searched backward minute by minute, afraid that he would miss something. In the few directions, especially the north and east, he checked back and forth several times. The transmission channel that they came from Xingming City was connected to Xingyu City. The direction pointed from southwest to northeast. Xingyu City was not in the west. Xian Fu had told him before that it should be in the northwest position. When Yun Nuashing first heard this news, he didn't think much of it. The west side of the divine continent, the entire western region, was called the Western Region. Because the search was very careful, it took a little more time. However, after 3 hours in the south direction in the sky, he saw a wisp of silver blue color that he had been dreaming of. It was like a Milky Way hanging in the sky, pointing straight to the silver transmission channel in the east. He was so excited that he wanted to jump up. The time was 21 days ago, which happened to be the time when they fell out of the spatial channel. However, why was the direction a little off? Yun Nuashing didn't understand. In fact, he didn't know if the spatial channel he was looking for was the one they used. Although spatial channels were gradually being eliminated in the world, it didn't mean that no one used it anymore. He had used it once not long ago. Well, the time is right and the direction is not wrong. Logically speaking, it should be possible that this is it. Yes, yes. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Yun Nuashing comforted himself. He carefully looked back and forth a few times at this time, but he couldn't find anything else. The scene reflected by the mirror slowly faded. In the end, the light completely disappeared. Then, it entered the divine light mirror in Yun Nuashing's hand. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuashing was a little happy and a little disappointed. He originally wanted to directly confirm whether Yu Yin was in the spatial channel, but he couldn't see her. Suddenly thinking of something, Yun Nuashing rolled up his sleeves and looked at the green bracelet on his left hand. It was given to him by Yu Yin when they were still in Xingling City. It seemed to be an item used to ward off evil spirits. Later on, it did help a little in the ruins. The dark red was Yu Yin's blood essence. It hadn't dissipated yet, and there was a faint fluctuation of her soul. It proved that she was still fine and nothing had happened to her. It's fine as long as you're still alive. I will go and find you. I will definitely find you and bring you back. Yun Nuashing sighed. His palm touched the bracelet with some nostalgia as he murmured in a low voice. Now that he had confirmed that the spatial channel turned to the east, it shouldn't be difficult to find Yu Yin and bring her back, right? However, the divine prefecture was so vast and boundless. Who knew where the east would lead to? The easternmost part of the continent was the east of the Kuan-Yuan region. Further east was the illusory space of the star field. It shouldn't be. I've already opened the spatial channel. There was only a difference of a few tenths of a second when we went out. We shouldn't have crossed the divine prefecture. After thinking for a while, he threw those unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Although they had fallen into the void after breaking the spatial channel, they were still within the control of the spatial channel and would flow along with it. According to Ziyi, the two of them had escaped when they went out of the spatial channel. In that case, Yu Yin might have also come out. It was just that they were separated by a long distance because of the time difference. However, Sister Yu Yin also has a divine weapon and a sealing magic formation. She has learned the flame, demon burning sky incantation. I don't think anyone can hurt her. I'll take a stroll around Xing Yu City first. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing nodded. He wasn't afraid that Yu Yin would be in any danger. Her means were no less than his. Moreover, the old god wouldn't have the time to care about a little practitioner at the mortal level. Who's there? Just as Yun Nuashing was arranging the itinerary, a shout came from outside the stone array. Perhaps Yun Nuashing had stayed here for too long and was noticed by someone. Or perhaps it was someone who was attracted by the fluctuation of energy. Although the fluctuation of energy caused by the spatial channel was concealed outside, the fluctuation of energy in this place wasn't small. The energy used to trace back time was relatively large. Yun Nuashing was anxious and even mobilized the energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps it had been sensed. In short, someone was coming. The person who came was wearing a purple gold robe. He was about 30 or 40 years old. There was a flamboyant Xian character embroidered on his chest. Obviously, he was from the Xian family. At this moment, this person stood outside the transmission stone array and stared sharply at Yun Nuashing, who was in the center of the stone array. Someone from the Xian family? That Xian family? If that's the case, could it be that the spatial channel to the divine lands is from Xingming City to Xingyu City? However, because Yun Nuashing's back was facing him, the person who came couldn't see his face. He had nothing to be afraid of. If he went out, he would definitely be interrogated as if he was a spy. It would be an unnecessary trouble. Although the spatial channel had not been repaired for a long time and was no longer in use, no matter what, it was something that belonged to the Xian family. Trespassing didn't seem to be a good thing. Really? Why are your eyes so good? Don't you know that it's better to look less? Hearing the shout, Yun Nuashing curled his lips and muttered indifferently. The colorful pattern on his right hand glowed faintly. Then a small enchantment quietly opened up and wrapped around Yun Nuashing. Now, because Ling Hongjian was completely absorbed by him, he didn't have to take it out to open the enchantment that was unique to divine weapons. With a thought, he could open it. And Yun Nuashing was like this. Obviously, he didn't plan to go out and say anything. When the middle-aged man saw that Yun Nuashing didn't move, he frowned and walked in. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, the person in front of him suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he completely disappeared. Even his energy sense was cut off. If it wasn't for the footprints left on the ground, he would have thought that he had seen a ghost. Where did I go? However, the man still widened his eyes in shock. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Then he swallowed his saliva and immediately retracted his steps. He turned around and walked away. He couldn't help but mutter, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Chapter 197. After quietly leaving the stone array, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he knew where Yu Yin was, it would be more convenient to find her in the future. He was not in a hurry at the moment. Looking at the bracelet, her situation should be fine. Once he was done with the matters here, he would walk around Starry Sky City and look for her. When he left, he heard Xian Fu calling for help. It seemed like the matter was urgent. The location of the Xian clan was easy to recognize. He just had to walk towards the Iron Tower. As the tallest and most iconic building in Starry Sky City, many people should know about it. If he guessed correctly, the matter that Xian Fu was talking about might be related to this spirit refining tower. Not in a hurry to rush to the Iron Tower, Yun Nuoxing wandered around the streets to collect information. At the same time, he also wanted to understand the situation of the various forces in Starry Sky City. He did not want to foolishly run over and not know if he was sold. Out of habit, he bought a stick of candied haws and held it in his mouth. He listened carefully. Other than the Xian clan that he heard the most, there was also the Shuang clan. Almost every 3 sentences about the Xian clan would have a sentence about the Shuang clan. It seemed like there were some agreements or conflicts mixed in, and these topics, Yun Nuoxing summarized them into one thing: Spirit Refining Tower. This was an imitation of the Red Star Academy's Earth Pagoda. It was an extremely good and relatively safe building with a nurturing function. With it, one could continuously nurture batch after batch of talents. The kind of life and death battles that were close to reality and safe was something that many people wanted but could not get. After all, fighting was the most effective way to increase one's strength. Especially in a life and death battle, it could maximize one's potential. It was said that a person could explode with 10 times the strength in a life and death situation. But if it was a life and death battle, once it started, there would definitely be casualties. If the opponent died, then it would be fine. But if one lost, then no matter how much they fought, it would be useless. If they died, then what was the point of breaking through? And with this safe method of fighting, no matter how much you fought, you would not die. Even if you died, in fact, it was just a split of the soul energy that would be scattered. The soul would be trained inside, and the body would not be affected outside. It was a perfect cultivation tool for heroes. Has the Red Star Academy's reputation reached such an extent? Even in the distant Source Peak region, their reputation in the Divine Prefecture is not weak. Yun Nuoxing was surprised to hear the conversations around him. He could not help but look at the Star River Academy in the center of the Star University. Logically speaking, the Star River Academy was located so close to the city, and its disciples could be seen everywhere on the streets. Its reputation should not be weak, but it was suppressed by the Red Star Academy. Even the disciples of the Academy yearned for that sacred place. Where's the sacred? Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He had stayed in the Red Star Academy, and only the Earth Pagoda had left some impression on him. He did not know anything else. The existence of such a thing was enough to increase the overall strength of a force rapidly. No matter where it was an existence that would make people jealous. The Spirit Refining Tower seemed to be a private property in Starry University and was not open to the public. Of course, other forces naturally wouldn't just watch the Xian family grow stronger day by day. They would definitely think of ways to destroy or seize the Spirit Refining Tower. However, the possibility of the latter was obviously higher. This kind of thing that could speed up one's cultivation. It was too wasteful to destroy it so casually. The Earth Pagoda had brought the Red Star Academy to its position in the realm of the gods. A replica of the Spirit Refining Tower had allowed the Xian family to live smoothly in Starry University. This was enough to prove their strength. Moreover, the Earth Pagoda that was unique to the Red Star Academy was naturally not something that could be casually replicated. In the end, the Spirit Refining Tower only had a slight resemblance. It seemed that the Red Star Academy did not care about this matter. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Biting off a bottle gourd, Yun Nuoxing sighed. Along the way, he had gained some understanding of the situation in the city. The Xian family and the Shuang family seemed to have a deep grudge. The two families had been fighting openly and secretly for thousands of years, and both had their victories and losses. However, There were no incidents of either family being destroyed. Gradually, the conflict was put aside. On the surface, they were developing peacefully and did not interfere with each other. However, in private, they were still fighting fiercely. From the competition of strength to the competition of business, there were 81 trades, and every trade had its own conflicts ever since the Xian family had replicated the spirit refining tower from the Red Star Academy. It had only been a few decades, but their overall strength had increased by a large margin. Gradually, they had left the Shuang family behind. Although the latter was anxious, they could only watch helplessly. If it was not for the fact that the Xian family was afraid that the two tigers would fight and cause heavy casualties and damage to their foundation, the Shuang family would have been destroyed long ago. Taking advantage of the time when the Xian family was still afraid, the Shuang family had joined forces with the other two families in the city, forming a huge force that suppressed the Xian family. However, they were unable to take down the Xian family in one fell swoop. After all, the Xian family was not weak. Although the three families had joined forces, they did not have the confidence to rush forward and fight with their lives on the line. They were all afraid of being stabbed in the back. As for the three families who were in a deadlock, they did not want to fight with their lives on the line. However, they did not want the Xian family to be happy here. Therefore, they organized a so-called martial arts competition, which was limited to the younger generation. The date was 3 days later, and the wager was the status of the four families in Starry Universe City. Although the wager was shocking, it was obvious that they were bullying the Xian family. 3 versus 1 arena. Although the Xian family was strong, it did not mean that they had enough younger generation members. The Shuang family and the other two families could overwhelm the Xian family with their numbers. Although they did not say that they could not seek outside help, there was no way they could find outside help in such a short period of time. Aside from the Xian family, the 3 most powerful families in Starry Universe City had joined forces. The Xian family could only watch anxiously and laugh. Of course, if the Xian family could really survive this martial arts competition, then their reputation would definitely soar. Just based on everything that the 3 families had in Starry Universe City, the Xian family would be able to dominate Starry Universe City. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that they had to survive. The wager is quite big, I like it. Yun Nuoxing listened to the discussions on the street as if it was a daily conversation. He understood the situation more or less. It was similar to what he thought. It was all caused by the spirit refining tower. Of course, he was so excited because he wanted to see which of the 4 families would be eliminated in the end. Xian family or the other 3 families, which side would it be? Brother, your thoughts are dark and gloating. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's sinister smile, Ming could not help but tug at his collar and mumble, "How is it dark?" Yun Nuoxing stopped laughing immediately after hearing that. He put on a serious face and said, "Ming, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, this kind of thing is very common. What you see is just a small part of it. These things happen all the time in Pantheon. If you don't want to be eaten by others, you have to become stronger." After saying that, he stuck out his tongue. He originally wanted to say that he had to become cruel, but he suddenly felt that it was not good for Ming's education, so he immediately changed his words. "Oh." Ming tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing with his eyes that were as bright as gemstones. He nodded as if he understood. Yun Nuoxing scratched her little nose and smiled. His body trembled slightly, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. He rushed towards the spirit refining tower. He stopped in front of a huge manor and saw many carriages parked at the entrance. These carriages all had the same blue emblem. Seeing this emblem, Yun Nuoxing identified it for a while. He suddenly smiled strangely and said, "The Shuang family actually came to find us." Yun Nuoxing flipped over the wall and stood for a while. He saw a huge ship parked in the backyard of the manor. In the middle was a magnificent palace. The unique layout of the manor made it feel more majestic. Brother Xian Fu and the others have also returned. After looking at the ship for a while, Yun Nuoxing looked at the building in the middle. Looking from afar, he could see many figures gathered in the hall. Half of them were purple, and the other half were ice blue. Outside the hall, there were a few people who were nervously looking at the hall. After searching for a while, Yun Nuoxing found Xian Fu's figure in the hall. However, looking at the position he was sitting in, it seemed that he was not as simple as a deacon. Beside him, at the head of the hall, there was a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious brocade gown. His gaze was firmly fixed on the blue-clothed youth in front of him. The pair of sword-like eyebrows on his face gave him a domineering look. Raising his eyebrows, Yun Nuoxing lightly tapped on the wall with the tip of her foot. The light element in her body trembled, and her figure instantly appeared on the roof of the hall. She gently landed on the roof, and the soles of her feet touched the tiles like a dragonfly touching the water. After that, she gently squatted down and lifted a tile. The situation in the hall could be seen clearly through this hole. "Shuangya, you brought people to barge into my Xian family today. You have gone a little overboard. Don't think that you can be impudent just because your 3 families have united," the middle-aged man at the head of the hall slowly said. He narrowed his eyes and appeared somewhat lazy. However, his tone that was neither high nor low actually gave off a feeling of power without being angry. "Hee, Uncle Xian, you don't have to scare me like this. Today, I just want to ask if the conditions that I mentioned before can be agreed to." The blue-clothed youth called Shuangya smiled without the slightest care. His gaze looked to the side at the purple-clothed girl who had her eyes tightly closed. There was not the slightest change in her expression. The agreement has already been set and cannot be changed. Everything will be settled in 3 days. The middle-aged man indifferently glanced at him and said with an unquestionable tone, "Oh, so the Xian family is planning to use force?" Hearing this, Shuangya laughed heartily and slapped his thigh. However, a chill surged in his eyes. "There's no room for discussion. If your Shuang family wants to come, my Xian family will take them all. Don't think that you can easily topple my Xian family just because you have randomly gathered a mob of people. Even if my Xian family is defeated in the end, you will be buried with us." The middle-aged man opened his sharp eyes and stared at Shuangya. His voice was still neither fast nor slow as he spoke. "Oh, it is indeed a little troublesome." Shuangya nodded and stood up. He slightly smiled and casually said, "Then I won't mess around. After the competition ends in 3 days, I still have to return to the Water Spirit Temple to train. I won't care about the rest of the matters." Shuangya's words were undoubtedly like a 1,000,000-ton bomb dropped in the hall. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed greatly. Even the middle-aged man's lazy expression disappeared. He looked at Shuangya with a gloomy gaze and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't think that Shuangya would actually become a disciple of the Water Spirit Temple. In that case, the Shuang family's influence was not something the Xian family could compare to. Behind the Water Spirit Temple were 8 elemental temples. How could such a huge monster be compared to a small family like theirs? However, there was only one person's reaction that was different. What the hell? Why would the Water Spirit Temple produce this kind of trash? On the eaves, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but cover his face. When he heard the Water Spirit Temple's name, he almost fell down. Why was Shuangya's personality so different from Shui Xia's? No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a hypocrite. Compared to Shui Xia's gentleness and indifference, it was too different. Well, no one said that the Water Spirit Temple's people have the same temperament. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yun Nuoxing turned his gaze back to the hall. "For the sake of the friendship between the Xian family and the Shuang family, if you can agree to my conditions, then the competition in 3 days is fine. In any case," seeing the Xian family's change in expression, Shuangya couldn't help but smile faintly. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by a cold laugh. "What? Is the Shuang family afraid? Setting a temporary condition without the competition. Is the Shuang family such cowardly people? Or are you afraid?" Behind the middle-aged man, a young man wearing a purple and gold robe with long purple hair suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the girl. His handsome face flashed with anger as he coldly stared at Shuangya and sneered. Shuang Yu choked on his words, and the warm smile that he was trying his best to maintain almost collapsed. His face trembled a few times as he looked at the young man who had suddenly walked out with a frosty look in his eyes. He continued to smile faintly and said, "Since the Xian family is going to be defeated, why must you seek your own death? I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Why bother? What do you say, young Master Xianming? Keep pretending. Keep pretending." Seeing that Shuang Yu didn't go berserk, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Xian family has no cowards who are afraid of death. Everything will be decided in 3 days. Hearing this, the purple-robed man called Xianming coldly laughed and pointed at Shuangya. He didn't hide the disdain in his words. "All right, since you don't agree, I won't force you. Everything will wait until 3 days later at Xingyu Square. I'll just deal with it casually so I can return to the Water God Temple." Shuang Yu secretly ground his teeth and looked at Xianming with ill intentions. Then, with a burning gaze, he looked at the girl behind Xianming, who hadn't said a word since the beginning. Still, smiling faintly, he said, "In any case, everything will be ours in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and led the people of the Shuang clan out of the courtyard. They laughed and walked out of the courtyard at a leisurely pace. "I'm also drunk." Watching Shuangya and the others leave, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but raise his middle finger. Chapter 198. After coldly watching Shuangya and the others leave, the middle-aged man sighed. The coldness in his eyes dissipated, and he helplessly looked at the young man whom Shuang Yu had called young Master Xianming. A doting look flashed across his eyes as he said, "Ming-er, are you confident?" "No." Hearing this, Xianming sighed and patted the head of the girl behind him. Her expression was still very calm. He bitterly smiled and said, "What else can I do? Could it be that I have to marry my sister off like this? I can't bear to. Even if I have to use the last of my strength, I will protect this family." Yun Nuoxing also turned her head. Shuangya, who had a wicked smile on his face, had been staring at the girl. At this moment he was somewhat interested and also looked over. He was a little surprised as he muttered, "6th revolution, half immortal. Her aura is still somewhat warm. If I'm not wrong, it should be the fire element." The girl's eyebrows were like willows and her skin flickered with the color of ice crystals. She was tall and her long purple hair hung down to her willow waist. She wore a purple robe, and under the purple robe, her curvaceous figure appeared particularly voluptuous. The only thing that clashed with her aura was the slight coldness on her face. Mei Mao looked a little stern. The girl raised her head and looked at Xianming, whose face was filled with gentleness. She blinked her eyes and took a deep breath. She softly said, "I also want to participate in the tournament in 3 days. The younger generation of the family is not as many as the 3 families. If we take turns to fight, we will be exhausted sooner or later. Big brother, you will be the last to participate." Hearing this, Xianming laughed bitterly. The 3 clans had come together. It was obvious that they wanted to crush the Xian clan. Moreover, even if the Xian clan's younger generation was quite strong, they would be exhausted to death in the arena, no matter how strong they were. Moreover, the 3 clans had relatively strong young elites. Even if he could block 2 of them, what about the rest? Can third sister control her strength? Thinking of this, Xianming thought of his youngest sister and couldn't help but ask the middle-aged man sitting at the head seat. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed. He couldn't hide the self-blame on his face. After a long while, he sighed and shook his head. "Big brother, you don't have to be so disappointed. We might still have hope." When he saw everyone's dispirited appearance, Xian Fu, who was at the side, couldn't help but laugh for a moment before he said, "In this competition, there's no restriction that the participants must be from the Xian clan. In other words, as long as you can find someone below the age of 25, it'll count. Second uncle, do you have an idea? Xianming looked at Xianfu in surprise and couldn't help but blurt out. However, when he came back to his senses, he bitterly smiled. In Star Universe City, there were very few people in the same generation who could enter the half-immortal realm. As for Shuangya, he had reached the 8th cycle of the half-immortal realm. He was at the same level as Xianming. In a one-on-one battle, Xianming still had a little chance of winning. However, if it was an arena competition, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be weakened. Second sister had just reached the 6th cycle of the half-immortal stage. When the middle-aged man looked at him in surprise, Xianfu laughed and said, "There's no one in Star Universe City. We can find someone outside the city." "Damn, we're going to fight again." Yun Nuoshing, who was on the roof, saw Xianfu's sinister smile, and his face twitched a few times. However, after thinking for a moment, he nodded. If he wanted to fight, then so be it. He had already provoked a god emperor. Why would he be afraid of a small half-immortal stage? Even if he offended the Water Spirit Hall, it was just a matter of shaking his hand. In any case, the token that Jin Jinwang gave him was a token that was shared by the 9 divine halls. It was likely that the Water Spirit Hall wouldn't find trouble with him. However, if it was another force, he would have to carefully consider it. It was his first time in the Divine Prefecture, and he didn't want to offend anyone. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing sighed and directly jumped out of the manor. Everyone in the hall was a little surprised when they heard Xianfu's words, which seemed to be implying something. Even the girl, who had a calm expression, trembled her long eyelashes. She looked at the former with some surprise. Did he really have some connections? Report. Just as everyone was astonished and Xianfu was smiling proudly, a shout suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked over and saw a person standing at the entrance of the hall. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "There's someone outside who wants to see Second Master Xian." "Ah, it's said to be an acquaintance." "An acquaintance?" Everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man also silently turned his head and looked at Xianfu. However, he saw that the latter was also looking over with a confused expression. He couldn't help but be startled. "Isn't this your acquaintance? Why are you looking at me?" Suddenly thinking of something, Xianfu was slightly delighted. Then he asked somewhat urgently, "Is it a young man?" "Yes." The person nodded and replied respectfully, "Quickly, invite him in." Hearing the affirmative answer, a wild joy surged onto Xianfu's face, causing everyone to be stunned. They were all at a loss and didn't know what he was so excited about. Under the gazes of the crowd, a handsome young man wearing a black windbreaker, who was as ethereal as an immortal, slowly walked in with a calm expression on his face. In his embrace was a little girl with large eyes. Her small face that was as white as ice crystals was filled with curiosity. Just as he walked into the hall, his gaze paused on Xianfu, whose face was suddenly filled with excitement after seeing him. He then looked at the many strange gazes and laughed dryly. "Big brother Xianfu, that. I understand everything. I don't dare to promise you anything. I can only say that I will do my best." The air froze for 2 seconds. Everyone in the Xian family frowned slightly. The middle-aged man also faintly glanced at Yun Nuoshing. His eyes revealed traces of astonishment. Just as he was about to say something, Xianfu covered his mouth. The latter hurriedly smiled and said, "Hee, thank you for your help. Xianfu will first thank you here. And is there anything else you want to tell me? If there isn't, I want to go take a look at the venue first." Yun Nuoshing nodded. His gaze was somewhat unnatural as he looked directly at Xianfu. The gazes that shot over from every corner made his forehead sweat. The middle-aged man glanced at Xianfu and then looked at Yun Nuoshing. Just as he was about to say something, Xianfu hurriedly said, "There isn't anything special to say. If little brother has something important to say, you don't have to pay attention to us. All right, Xingyu Plaza, right? I will go 3 days later." Hurriedly nodding his head, Yun Nuashing also couldn't stand the gazes of the crowd. A brighter ray suddenly appeared under his feet. In a flash, he carried Yun Nuashing and fled. Goo! Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the entrance. Even the middle-aged man suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the entrance. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Immortal stage expert. The middle-aged man's cry of surprise caused a few people in the hall to suck in a breath of cold air. Immortal stage expert. How old was he? And he was already an immortal stage expert. Second uncle, you know him? The hall cooled down for a few seconds. Xianming was the first to react and shouted at Xianfu. Ecstasy surged in his heart. They wouldn't mistake that dense and pure immortal energy. That was definitely a genuine immortal stage expert. If he could help, then perhaps the situation would be reversed 180 degrees. However, while he was excited, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. Yun Nuashing's age was only 16 or 17. She was about the same age as his third sister, but she stepped into the immortal stage before him, second brother he is. After a moment, the middle-aged man also reacted. His gaze abruptly turned to Xianfu as he hurriedly asked. The moment Yun Nuashing disappeared, he could clearly sense the faint aura that leaked out. It was definitely immortal energy. Moreover, it wasn't mixed with origin energy, seeing everyone looking at him with surprise and confusion. Xianfu couldn't help but smile. Then, he slowly recounted the events of that day. I didn't expect it. When the middle-aged man finished listening, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He couldn't help but rub his palms together. His face, which had always been calm, revealed a hint of joy for the first time. However, this joy also contained some astonishment. A 16 or 17-year-old immortal stage expert, this was simply a monster. Xianming, who was at the side, couldn't help but bitterly laugh after hearing this. Where did this monster come from? His talent wasn't something that a human could possess. The joy lasted for a moment, but the middle-aged man suddenly withdrew his smile. After muttering to himself for a moment, he inexplicably let out a long sigh, causing everyone to be startled. The information on their faces also slightly converged as they looked at the former. Big brother. Xianfu was startled. He didn't know why he suddenly sighed. No, I suddenly thought that this matter involves too many things. Not to mention the Shuang family's large business in Star Universe City. This time, there's also the water god temple behind Shuangya. Rashly pulling him into this matter, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? The middle-aged man said softly. Hearing this, Xianfu was also startled. Although Yun Nuashing said that he understood the matter, he didn't know if he knew how much deterrence the water god temple had to them. When the day comes, we'll ask him again. If possible, I still hope that a young man with such talent won't participate in our complicated dispute. Tapping his finger on the table, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to relax. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Yes, when the Xian family heard this, they hurriedly responded. Naturally, Yun Nuashing didn't know their worries. Even if he knew, he could only smile bitterly. He really wasn't worried that the water god temple would settle accounts with him. Since there were still 3 days, Yun Nuashing wasn't in a hurry. This time, it was rare that he didn't need to prepare anything. It was a battle between an immortal rank and a bunch of mortal rank and half-immortal rank. No matter how strong the latter was, they were only mortal rank and half-immortal rank. There was a huge gap between them and the immortal rank. Unless they were like Yun Nuashing and had 18 kinds of divine weapons. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, unless the Shuang family could invite a young god. Yun Nuashing really didn't need to pay too much attention to them. And looking at the Shuang family, it seemed that they couldn't afford to invite such a legendary expert. 6 wings spread out, bringing a gust of wind. His figure appeared in the sky directly. After identifying the direction, he flew towards a square. Yun Nuashing wanted to take a look at Xingyu Square to make sure it was safe. If there were any traps there, it would be fun if he was ambushed. Looking at Shuangya's appearance, he didn't look like a straightforward person. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he was ambushed. He wasn't afraid of being ambushed in the open, but if he was ambushed in the dark, thinking of the result of being ambushed, Yun Nuashing shuddered. He muttered in his heart, "I'd better take a look at the square first." Xingyu Square was located in the south of Xingyu City. Except for some stairs around it, there was a flat and tidy square below. The whole square was circular and was 100,000 feet in size. It was all paved with bluestones. It was originally a square used by Xingyu City to hold celebrations and other public activities. This square had existed since the establishment of Xingyu City. After so many years of wind and rain, there were no traces left on it. Of course, other than being used for celebrations, this square was also used for another purpose. For example, to resolve grievances. Whether it was public grievances or private grievances, they could be resolved here. And this time, the two biggest forces in Xingyu City were using Xingyu Square. Therefore, at this time 3 days before the official start, the square had been cleared. No one was allowed to enter, and there were even guards at the door. It seemed that some people were worried about the situation that Yun Nuashing was worried about, so they cleared the square early. It seems that the Shuang clan is planning to hold a celebration directly? Floating in the air, Yun Nuashing looked down at the square below and couldn't help but sneer. Since Xingyu Square was used to hold public activities like celebrations, then could it be understood that a moment ago the sky was turned upside down and the earth was turned upside down, and the next moment the sky was covered with lanterns and banners, and the people were running around to tell each other the good news? A public blow and a psychological blow. How deep was the enmity between them to do such a thing? Moreover, on the day of the official start, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to watch. The result here would be immediately transmitted to the major forces in the city. It could be said that one victory would allow one to ascend to heaven, and one defeat would cause one to fall into the abyss. They were hovering between heaven and hell. Let's go down and check it out first. He smiled and shook his head. His 6 wings were folded behind his back like a screen, and his body fell down in free fall. When he was not far from the ground, he suddenly spread his 6 wings and flapped them a few times, setting off gusts of strong wind, completely offsetting the inertia brought by Yun Nua's fall. Only then did he stop, and his feet slowly stuck to the ground. Just as her feet touched the ground, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt the water elements in her body inexplicably churning, but they quickly calmed down. Although they calmed down, they seemed to be more active, ready to rush out of her body. This vague feeling made Yun Nuashing stare blankly for a moment. She looked at the ground, then slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were flashing with 5 different colors. The situation in her line of sight also changed with the opening of the evil spirit eye. The world was dyed with a riot of colors: red fire elements, blue water elements, and the largest light and wind elements were bright gold and green. At this moment, the entire ground was reflected in Yun Nuashing's eyes. It was a blue color that contained endless water elements. It can't be that there's really something strange, right? Seeing the situation in her line of sight, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but mutter. Although she was only guessing, she wasn't so sure. After all, the Shuang family and the other 2 families held the greatest advantage, so there shouldn't be a need for them to do this. However, it seemed that she was overthinking it. That's enough. Even this is a trick. Do you have any sportsmanship? Yun Nuashing lightly sighed. She raised her right hand, and the water elements above her palm condensed into an azure blue ball the size of a head. Then she casually threw it out. She didn't use soul power or immortal chi to control it. Instead, she let the water elements resonate with each other. The azure blue ball of water left her hand and spun in the air, then quickly flew into the distance. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and gave a strange smile. She jumped a few times and followed. The ball of water stopped in the center of the plaza. It extended into a thin line of water and spiraled into the ground below. Then, the ball of water actually emitted a faint light. A strange feeling slowly rose in Yun Nuoxing's perception, as if it was connected to something. It seems like there really is something. Sensing this strange feeling, Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and laughed. She bent her palm slightly and pointed it at the ground where the water elements extended. A strong suction force exploded from her palm, but the limestone floor underground didn't move at all. Smashing it open seems a little suspicious. Seeing that the limestone floor didn't move, Yun Nuoxing wanted to smash it open. However, she felt that if she made a hole in the ground, it would generally be a little suspicious, right? Well, who cares? However, this concern only appeared for less than 3 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin sword suddenly appeared in Yun Nuoxing's hand, and then he fiercely stabbed it into the seam between the floorboards, cutting along the seam, splashing out some mud, and then he used his strength to lift up the entire floorboards and casually threw it to the side. Looking at the brown soil below, she bent her palm slightly and a strong suction force exploded from her palm. She sucked out a handful of moist soil and threw it to the side. Looking at the moist soil, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but shake her head. She moved her palms continuously and threw out handfuls of moist soil. In just a short moment, she had dug a hole that was several feet deep. The next time she sucked, she pulled out a trident. Rich water elements curled around the trident. The trident was 7 feet long and was dark blue in color. There wasn't much soil on the trident's body. The water elements wrapped around the trident like a stream of water, washing away the soil on the trident. It fell to the ground with a squeak. TSK, TSK. Little Star can casually find a magic grade weapon when she's searching for treasure. I really don't know if you're lucky or something else. When the trident appeared, Zi Ye's smiling voice quietly sounded in Yun Nuoxing's mind. She couldn't help but be startled. It's only a magic grade weapon. I have a bunch of divine weapons on me. Zi Yi casually reported the grade of the trident. In the end, Yun Nuoxing curled her lips and said indifferently. However, that was indeed the case. Any weapon she casually took out was a divine grade weapon. This trident that seemed very high grade to others was indeed a street stall item in her eyes. Be content. Do you think that divine grade weapons are cabbages? The kind that can be found all over the streets? The divine body of the spiritual reception needs to continuously absorb things with energy to grow. This trident is a high-grade magic grade weapon. It's just enough to make up the numbers. Ziyi sneered and said, I don't want it. I don't want it even if it's just to make up the numbers. I want to cultivate the divine body of the spiritual reception to its strongest state. In other words, the things it can accommodate must be of the highest quality. I'll only accept divine grade weapons. Yun Nuoxing shook her head vigorously when she heard that and rejected it. You're crazy. Zi was stunned for a long time when he heard that. Then he opened his mouth and said those 3 words. Then there was no more sound. What kind of cosmic joke was this? How many energy-rich items did the divine body of the spiritual reception need to absorb to reach great success? He actually said that he could only absorb divine weapons. Me too. Sigh. Although I won't absorb it, it's good to keep it. It might be useful in the future. I don't have a weapon with such rich water element energy in my arsenal. Seeing that Ziyi had stopped moving, Yun Nuoxing smiled and kept the trident into her pendant. Then she filled the hole and covered the limestone floor. After casually patting it, Yun Nuoxing kept the water element energy. She looked at the floor that was exactly the same as when she came in with satisfaction. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a happy smile. This trident should be the weapon or magical weapon of the older generation of the Shuang family. It was buried here to increase the abundance of the water element energy in the air. It could increase the combat power of people who had water elements. Unfortunately, Yun Nuashing saw it and took it away. Thinking of those old fellows who were in so much pain that they wanted to die, the corners of Yun Nuashing's mouth curled up even more. After all, magic-grade weapons were already considered the most precious treasures of some small forces. It would be very painful to lose it just like that. Serves you right. Laughing in schadenfreude, Yun Nuashing's figure trembled and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 199. After leaving Xingyu Square, Yun Nuashing was free. Now that he had nothing to do, the last of his worries were gone. He had gotten a magic weapon just by walking around casually. It was really awesome. After taking away the trident, the water elemental energy that filled the square weakened and returned to normal. It no longer had any effect on water elemental users. Only now could it be said to be a fair competition. Of course, this competition was not fair to begin with. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Since the Shuang family could join forces with the other two families to drag down the Xian family could also find someone to destroy the other three families. Since Yun Nuashing had nothing to do, the two of them strolled around Xingyu City leisurely. They ate from the street to the end of the street. Seeing the smile on Ming's little face, Yun Nuashing also smiled. The worry of separation slowly faded away. Until now, he was a little glad that there was someone by his side. He was not alone. They strolled around the city aimlessly. Holding Ming's hand, they wandered around the streets and alleys. Unknowingly, they came to a forest. It was midsummer. Pink petals were flying all over the sky, like fairies chasing each other. The peach trees swayed in the breeze, emitting a pleasant fragrance that permeated the entire forest. The path they walked on was covered with a thick layer of red petals. Under the sunlight, the pink light reflected on the entire forest, making it look hazy and dreamy. The falling petals are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuashing suddenly recited, "The red peach contains the rain of the night, the green willow brings the mist of spring. Brother, you're thinking too much. It's not raining here, and the peach blossoms are not stained by the rain." Just as Yun Nuashing was being poetic, Ming smiled and tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Why are you as emotionless as your sister Yuyin?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment when she was suddenly interrupted. Then she smiled bitterly and rubbed Ming's head with her palm, causing the latter to mumble continuously. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing didn't say anything else. He walked quietly in the peach blossom forest. The breeze blew by from time to time, causing his long hair to fall in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly and bit on a strand of hair. He closed his eyes gently and stood quietly in the forest with Ming, enjoying the comfort and peace of this moment. A gentle breeze blew against her body. It was a little cool, and the sound of the wind seemed to carry a special melody that was not inferior to the music played by the strings. At this moment, Yun Nuashing felt that her state of mind had never been so calm. She was so calm that she wanted to fall asleep at this moment. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. She was actually intoxicated. What was she trying to do? Even the music of the strings didn't make her intoxicated. Would the sound of the wind blow her away, just like that? It's a pity that Sister Yuyin isn't here. I really want her to see it too. Yun Nuashing shook her head and smiled bitterly. She lifted her feet and held Ming's hand as they shuttled through the winding path. Ming looked at the scenery around him excitedly. It was as if he had never seen such a beautiful scene before. His little hand gently broke free from Yun Nuashing's hand, and he jumped and ran happily in the forest. His lively appearance made Yun Nuashing laugh uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. "Rustle!" Just as Yun Nuashing was about to catch up to Ming, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind. It attracted Yun Nuashing's attention, and she couldn't help but turn around. 10 meters away from her, An especially huge peach tree stood there quietly. It was much bigger than the peach trees around it, and it was several times thicker. It was like the king of the peach trees. Deep red peach blossoms were in full bloom, covering the branches of the entire tree. As the breeze blew, the peach blossoms filled the sky, and it was as if a deep red snow had fallen. On one of the very wide branches of this peach tree, a beautiful figure slowly sat up. She stretched lazily like a kitten. Her perfect curves were wrapped in a purple and gold dress, and her long purple hair was like satin curling up on the branches. At this moment, Yun Nuashing was actually stunned. He had seen many beautiful girls, and each of them had their own unique style. They were all beautiful and moving. There was the playful and cute Yuan, the gentle and moving Xianin, and the eccentric and lively Zi. He thought that he wouldn't be surprised to see any other girls, but at this moment he was stunned. The girl was no more than 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a purple and gold dress, and her graceful and delicate figure was vividly outlined by the close-fitting dress. Her pair of snow-white jade arms were propped up on the branches, and she looked up. Her delicate face was filled with a languid expression. Her bright red cherry lips were tender and alluring, and crimson flower petals were circling around her body. The scene was so beautiful that it was captivating. Bits of sunlight gently stuck to her body, and her entire body seemed to be wrapped in a faint holy light, as if she was wearing a thin layer of golden gauze. She was sacred and inviolable, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Because she had just woken up, her sleepy and confused appearance made her look even more charming and moving. Gulp! Yun Nuashing widened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had always been a reserved person, but he actually felt a little reluctant to look away. He wanted to take a few more glances at the girl, afraid that he wouldn't have another chance if he missed this one. The girl was dazed for a while, and her snow-like jade hands that reflected the sunlight gently rubbed her sleepy eyes. Mei Mao gently flapped her fan and calmed herself down. Suddenly, she felt a burning gaze glued to her, and she couldn't help but turn her head. She saw that not far away, Yun Nuashing was staring at her. She was also stunned. Their eyes met, and space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, the girl was the first to react. She looked a little flustered, and her jade hands pushed against the branches as if she wanted to stand up. In the end, because of her panic, her palms tilted and gently brushed against the void. She lost her balance and fell straight to the ground. "Be careful!" Awakened by the girl's actions, Yun Nuashing reacted. The next thing he saw was the girl falling from the tree. He immediately shouted, and the light element uncontrollably broke out of his body and carried him forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the bottom of the tree. Just as he reached out his hand, the girl's soft and delicate body fell into his arms, so light, so soft. This was Yun Nuashing's first thought. At this moment, he suddenly became a little absent-minded. He looked at Mei Mao in his arms, and the girl's slender eyelashes were trembling slightly. Observing her at such a close distance, his heart suddenly tightened, and his entire body trembled. The expected pain didn't come. Instead, a warm feeling spread from her jade legs and back, causing the girl to be stunned for a moment. She gently opened her eyes, and her deep purple pupils met Yun Nuashing's pitch-black eyes that contained a hint of purple. Two delicate blushes suddenly appeared on her unbelievably beautiful face. Her cherry lips opened slightly and trembled slightly. That frightened look looked even more adorable and moving. Seeing the girl's shy look, Yun Nuashing fiercely bit the tip of his tongue to recover from the state of losing his soul. Then he hurriedly helped the girl up and took a step back. He scratched his head in embarrassment and tried to move his eyes away. However, he realized that those damned eyes were tightly glued to her body and couldn't move away, seeing the girl blushing and lowering her head. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and asked dryly, "That, are you all right?" Hearing this, the girl hurriedly shook her head. Mei Mao looked at Yin, Nuashing in panic, and hurriedly lowered her head again. Her slender hands were uneasily intertwined. After a long while, she bowed to him and stammered, Thank you." Just as she finished speaking, the girl felt a little dizzy. She immediately turned around and ran. Her little feet quickly tapped on the petals on the ground, leaving behind a melodious sound that sounded like a zither and a pipa playing in unison. It sounded like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. She disappeared into the peach blossom forest. My name is Xian. Staring blankly at the place where the girl disappeared, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a little disappointed. His chest felt as if it was being squeezed tightly. His heart, that had been sealed in ice for many years, like an ancient well that had no ripples, was actually surging with perilous waves. A feeling that he had never felt before seemed to be overflowing in his heart. This strange feeling gave him a fright. He hurriedly shook his head and patted his face with both hands. Then he touched his chest and softly said, "Everything is fine." He took a deep breath and was about to turn around and leave when he saw a jade pendant by his feet. After being stunned for a moment, Yun Nuashing picked up the jade pendant. The jade pendant was only half the size of his palm. It was cold to the touch and seemed to be something that the girl always kept close to her body. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose, causing his mind to be uncontrollably shaken. On one side of the jade pendant, the word Xian was engraved. On the other side, the word Xian was engraved. It seemed that the girl had added it herself. Xian? She's from the Xian family? Which Xian family? When he first saw the word Xian, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment before he muttered to himself. He knew that there were only 2 Xian families. One was the Xian family of the 8 great ancient families, and the other was the Xian family of Xingyu City. After pondering for a long time, he solemnly put the jade pendant back into the pendant. He had a premonition that they would definitely meet again. Xian, Xian, Xian. After muttering this name a few times, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that unknown emotion surging into his heart again. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his head. He himself didn't know that the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth was something that he had never seen before. "Little star, you're tempted. If you want that girl, you have to seize the opportunity." Seeing Yun Nuashing's strange expression, Zai finally couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This sudden voice caused the uneasy Yun Nuashing to stumble and almost fall. What's tempting? Hearing Zai's sudden voice, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Hearing his answer, Zai was stunned. After a moment, he thought of something and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Is this guy a block of wood?" Thinking of this, Zai suddenly felt very speechless. After a moment, he said, "You're tempted." The so-called tempted means, do you feel a little disappointed right now? Also, your heart is beating very fast and your face is red? Yun Nuashing touched his chest and cheeks to feel for a moment before nodding. "A little." "Think about how she looks like again. How do you feel?" Zai asked slowly. A little happy and expectant." Yun Nuashing took a step back and laughed dryly. So, this is a normal reaction, right? What does this mean? Because in the past, when I was hugged by Xianin or Yuyin, this would happen. His heart was in a mess, and even his mind was slow. Yun Nuashing did not understand anything at this moment. Originally, he was so smart that he boasted that he could see the sun, moon, stars, and everything in the world, but now he could not even continue to think. Yusai, think about it now. When you were hugged by Yuyin or Xianin, did you feel happy? Ziyi sighed and scolded him for being a blockhead, pointing it out. No. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and shook her head. It was a warm feeling, just like hugging a family member. To be more specific, it should be relaxing, expectant. I don't think so. She continued to shake her head. That's right. Little star, you. Tempted. Do you know that you're tempted? Zai took a deep breath and suddenly roared. What's tempted? Yun Nuashing was so frightened by the roar that he shrank back. He tilted his head and took a step back. He was about to lean against the peach tree behind him. After Yi continued speaking, he seemed to have understood something, but he seemed to be a little resistant. He didn't want to know. F***CK. You block of wood. Big block of wood. Emotional idiot. Zai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He couldn't help but rush out of Yun Nuashing's body. For the first time, he appeared on his own. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and then he plunged into Yun Nuashing's embrace. She hugged him tightly with her jade hands and snuggled into his embrace like Xianin. Yun Nuashing leaned against the tree after being hit by the warm and fragrant jade. Her crimson petals fell. She looked at Zai in her embrace, and her face instantly became fiery red. She didn't know what to do with her hands, and didn't know what to do. This. Zai, what are you doing so suddenly? Yun Nuashing gently struggled, but couldn't break free from this firm embrace. She could only give up struggling and laugh bitterly. She didn't understand why Zai was acting a little strange today. How is it? Do you feel anything? Zai raised his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. He asked, It's the feeling you had when you saw her. He seemed to know that Yun Nuashing wouldn't understand. So he added, What's the difference between the feeling you had when you saw her just now? I felt a little confused just now. I didn't feel that kind of anticipation or happiness. Yun Nuashing blushed and frowned. She thought seriously for a moment and hesitated for a while before replying. That's more like it. Zai nodded fiercely and took a step back. He slapped Yun Nuashing's cheeks with both hands and held her face. He shouted words that made Yun Nuashing feel like she was struck by lightning. You. Love. You. Chapter 200. Time froze, space froze, and the crimson petals that filled the sky stopped at the moment they brushed past Yun Nuashing's face. The sound of the wind disappeared, and there was no sound of breathing or heartbeat. After a while, the frozen scene started moving again. The petals hit Yun Nuashing's face, and the gentle touch pulled him back to reality. Seeing the serious oval face in front of him, his eyes twitched, and he laughed dryly. Ahaha, how strange. Zai is actually joking with me. Ha. I won't admit it. I'm talking to you very seriously, do you know that? Seeing Yun Nuashing feigning ignorance, Zai sighed helplessly. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to react to this result for a while. Don't say any more. But you're telling me I fell in love at first sight? Haha, how is that possible? I've never liked anyone before, and I don't think I will in the future. How could I fall in love with someone so easily? What do you think? Yun Nuashing held his head and laughed like he was having a seizure. However, only Zai could tell that his laughter was very fake. After removing layer after layer of packaging, all that was left was panic, as if he didn't understand this feeling of being reborn and didn't know how to face it. I know. Little star, I know you're feeling very complicated right now, but at least you have to face your feelings head on. Furthermore, being in love is the best time in life. It's a bit of a waste of your youth if you don't experience it. Zai sighed, stood on his tiptoes, and patted his head with his slender hand. His gentle words suppressed his churning emotions. But youth is fleeting and beauty is fleeting. Even a cultivator's life is just a passing moment. At the very least, you have to leave behind some memories that make you happy. Cultivators also have their moments of youth. Zai sighed. That has nothing to do with me. But it's so strange. There's suddenly a feeling in my heart. It's like joy, but it's also like worry. Yun Nuashing leaned weakly against the tree behind her. She hugged her arms and looked up at the sky with unfocused eyes. She muttered, I can't calm my heart. I can't calm my heart. No, it can't be. Yun Nuashing sighed and grabbed his chest with his hand. His originally calm heart was beating restlessly at this moment. It was beating at an abnormally fast speed, causing his entire body to feel a little hot. After all, it's a newly born emotion. You'll get used to it. In the future, you'll feel how much joy it brings you. Don't think too much about it now. The next time you see her, you'll understand your own feelings. Ziyi tilted her head and gently stroked his face with her hand, smiling sweetly. It's not like that, but I understand. After Ziyi finished speaking, she plunged into Yun Nuashing's arms. Her delicate body surged with purple light, and in just a moment, she turned back into her flame form and entered Yun Nuashing's body, leaving him alone to feel a sense of loss. I like her? No, it can't be possible. After taking 2 light breaths, Yun Nuashing looked at the indigo blue sky. When he thought of how cute the girl was, like a panicked deer just now, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and it gradually widened. His heart was resisting this emotion. It was as if there were shackles that firmly locked this newly born emotion at the bottom of a well. A gentle breeze blew past and blew Yun Nuashing's long hair. However, it couldn't disperse his inexplicable emotions. Big brother. Just as he was in a daze, Ming Ming bounced back from the edge of the forest. In his hand was a peach blossom branch that was in full bloom. He plunged into Yun Nuashing's embrace and waved the peach blossom in front of him a few times. Ming's actions pulled Yun Nuashing back from his daydreaming. He lowered his head and couldn't help but smile. He hugged Ming dotingly and took the peach blossom. He tied up her long hair and inserted the peach blossom into her hair. He smiled and looked at her for a while before nodding. Let's go. He carried Ming and slowly walked out of the peach blossom forest. When he was about to leave, he couldn't help but look back at the trees and the ground. In the end, he let out a soft sigh that was filled with countless complicated emotions. It floated faintly in the air and slowly dissipated. Cold and heartless, you are the incarnation of the night, the shadow of the Demon King. You sealed your own emotions. What's trapped in that shell is only a gray soul. You cut off your own shackles and cut off a part of yourself. Even your heart has frozen. You are already a dead person, struggling at death's door in the cold and heartless darkness. A monster like you wants to control your own emotions? It abandoned you when you abandoned it. It was as if he was in an endless darkness, and cold air surrounded him from all directions. In the darkness, Yun Nuashing felt as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. There was a hint of helplessness in their eyes, as well as some shouts filled with hatred. They surged towards him from afar like a tidal wave. That impact made him feel a heartless and cold presence, and his consciousness slowly weakened in this tidal wave. Where is this? I seem to have been here before, Yun Nuashing murmured softly. It was the same coldness, the same darkness, and the same suffocating feeling. He had experienced this before. Yes, it was in Yuan City. In the Song of Death, he had felt the same cold darkness. It was the darkness that seemed to deprive him of his 5 senses. But something's not right. His drooping eyelids slowly opened. Yun Nuashing raised his head and took a deep breath. He muttered in his heart, "This is my dream." The cold and invisible darkness was blurry. He had also felt this kind of atmosphere in his dream in Yuan City. The fire that filled the sky burned down the entire city. There he felt as if he was being judged. Monster, monster. Yun Nuashing silently said these 2 words. Unexpectedly, when he heard these 2 words, he didn't feel disgusted at all. His heart was abnormally calm. The corner of his mouth even curled up into a smile. Whatever. A monster is a monster. Emotions. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Once emotions are severed, the body is heartless. Who am I? A monster? Yun Nuashing? It doesn't matter. Purple Night. Yun Nuashing suddenly roared out. The vast and mighty sound waves rippled in the dark space, causing his head to hurt a little. This was his dream. Wantonly disturbing the dream was no different from stirring up his spirit. The sound waves rapidly spread out like a tiger's roar, causing ripples in the darkness. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and looked around. However, he didn't see the figure that he had imagined. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. This was his dream. How could Purple Night enter? Just as he shook his head and laughed at himself, the space in front of him gently rippled, startling him. When he came back to his senses, he saw a girl with an exquisite oval face standing in front of him. She was rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her long hair was slightly fluffy, and she was wearing cute pajamas. She was yawning loudly as if she had just been sleeping. Seeing that Purple Night had really come out, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. He had just shouted casually after rubbing his eyes for a long time. Purple Night finally woke up. He was still holding a long pillow in his hand. He stared at Yun Nuashing with a resentful expression. He looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. What? Can't you let me rest in the middle of the night? Do you believe that I'll go on strike? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and quickly said, Look here! What's there to see? You called me into your dream. Ziye's face was filled with displeasure as she muttered to herself and turned her head. Looking at the endless darkness, a mixture of hatred and helplessness rushed into her mind. Even her expression changed several times in an instant. He quickly shook his head and composed himself. His expression was a little surprised. This is the sea of consciousness. Why do you have this thing in your mind? Sea of consciousness? What's that? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He did feel a huge wave of consciousness invading his mind. However, perhaps it was just as the previous voices had said. He could only feel it, but was not affected. The sea of consciousness. It's the sea of consciousness. It's an ocean formed by melting the consciousnesses of countless people. Thousands of thoughts condensed into one. That's everyone's thoughts. Everyone's thoughts fill it. Those who are tainted by the sea of consciousness will eventually become a part of the sea. Purple Night said in a low voice, This is my dream. I don't know why either. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He looked straight at Purple Night and said, Look at my memories. I've had such a dream before. I want to know the conditions and reasons that triggered it. Also, look at the deepest part and deduce, who am I? Those faint purple eyes seemed to light up like a lamp. Purple Night turned around and saw those eyes. Her bright eyes blinked slightly. Then she nodded heavily. She held Yun Nuashing's head with both hands and looked straight into his eyes. 2 rays of purple light shot out from her eyes and drilled into Yun Nuashing's eyes. When the rays of light shot into his eyes, Yun Nuashing's head trembled slightly. Then he quickly calmed down. However, his mind was in turmoil because of those 2 rays of light. Every time Purple Night saw a scene, he would relive that scene again. Moreover, because these were memories that were dug up, his emotions when he first saw that scene would also appear. Confusion, joy, pain, heartlessness, hardship, despair. Those scenes were dug up again. It was just like that day when he ascended the Ju Yuan Pavilion. However, the impressions were even more ingrained in his bones. Although Purple Night and he were of the same mind, it still took a long time for their memories to be connected. It was only the recent memories that were fine. If he had to look at the distant past, the memories that were hidden deep in his heart would probably make Yun Nuashing feel terrible. However, these hidden memories also included memories that he didn't know about. Scenes flashed across Purple Night's bright eyes. Every inch of his memories caused Yun Nuashing's mind to ache. Gradually, he felt as if he had returned to the very beginning, the scene that he had recalled countless times, the scene when he fell from the sky. That moment, until eternity, After a long while, the light in Purple Night's eyes slowly dimmed. Then Mei Mao closed her eyes tightly, as if she was sorting out the enormous amount of memories. Yun Nuashing also took a step back and gently exhaled, allowing her to slowly think on her own. After a long while, Purple Night's tightly shut eyes opened again. Unlike before, there was now some doubt in her bright eyes. She stared at Yun Nuashing and asked, "Black Dragon?" Yun Nuashing was stunned, then nodded. Purple Night should be referring to the black dragon in the sky above the burning city. I've never seen those places before. I don't know which part of the realm of the gods it is. Purple Night sighed softly and shook his head. Also, you don't have any deeply hidden memories. It could even be said that the beginning of your memories is the day you fell. I can't see any memories before that. As for your amnesia, I don't quite understand it now. Purple Night sighed heavily. She tugged at her long hair in distress and continuously muttered something. I didn't lose my memories. Yun Nuashing frowned. But that voice, that tree, Xian Yin, Yin Xan, Chuan Yun, and the others, if it wasn't amnesia, then what could it be? I didn't say that you didn't lose your memories. Did you forget? The loss of your memories might be caused by the loss of your soul. Yu Yin also speculated that the current you might not have a complete soul. Therefore, all the memories I can see are only up to the day you were born. Knowing what Yun Nuashing was thinking, Purple Night gently shook his head. Then, if I retrieve the other souls, will I be able to see things that I haven't seen yet? Yun Nuashing hurriedly asked. In theory, yes. However, the twists and turns of the soul splitting and reuniting will definitely cause the original memory to be damaged. It can be said that if your soul is reunited, the things that you remember in the end might not even be 50% complete, Purple Night said faintly. 50%. Yun Nuashing was shocked. Wasn't that equivalent to living half of his life in vain? No. Let's not talk about this first. What soul? Right now, there's no clue as to where my soul went. Besides, Xian Yin said. Yun Nuashing hurriedly shook his head. You can only know everything when you have complete strength, Purple Night said immediately. Then, she looked at the boundless darkness. The darkness was so dark that it made her heart palpitate. Even though she had only seen the memories of Yun Nuashing and Yi, she walking through the Song of Death, she could still feel the horror. However, this place made her feel that it was even more terrifying than the Song of Death. You want to know about this sea of consciousness, but I don't know either. Purple Night's expression was a little gloomy. This is the strangest thing I've seen in all my years of life. You're also the strangest person I've ever seen. The sea of consciousness, the sea of consciousness. After a moment, Purple Night let out a long sigh. Her long, shapely eyebrows knitted together as she muttered, Now I really want to ask, who are you? Why is your dreamscape so strange and chaotic? Why is there a sea of consciousness of all living beings in your dreamscape? That sea of consciousness has melted at least billions of people. Chapter 201. The Sea of Consciousness was an ocean where countless living beings had abandoned their bodies, leaving behind only their consciousnesses. In the Sea of Consciousness, all thoughts were united. Anyone who approached the Sea of Consciousness would eventually become a part of it. For countless years, it had only existed in legends and theories. No one had ever truly seen the so-called Sea of Consciousness, so much so that it was doubtful whether it even existed. However, in this place, in this darkness, where nothing could be seen, Z spoke of this invisible object that no one had ever seen before. Although it was invisible, it made people feel that it was everywhere in this darkness. The conflicting senses made Ye's heart palpitate. She took a small step back and leaned against Yun Nuashing. The consciousnesses of billions of people in my dream? Does this really exist in my mind? Or is it just a simulation of my dream? Yun Nuashing muttered. If it was the latter, it would be better, but if it was nestled in his head, just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Z turned around and looked at his calm face. She carefully looked at his eyes and finally saw the trace of uneasiness she wanted to see. She sighed softly and said, This dream of yours and the scene in the Black Dragon's dream are filled with the consciousnesses of all living beings. Only you could withstand that enormous willpower. If it were anyone else, they would have long been corroded and become a part of the sea of consciousness. Could it be that you've really become emotionless? Ziyi narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Yun Nuashing with a faint smile. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think? Living like a sentimental person. No matter how you look at it, you don't look emotionless. You look more like a sentimental person. Ziyi stroked her long hair and rolled her eyes. However, I've discovered some interesting things in the sea of consciousness. Ziyi smiled again after a moment. What's interesting? Yun Nuashing turned around and saw her unusual smile. He couldn't help but be stunned. His brows naturally twitched a few times. He felt that there was something wrong with this smile. Some legends about the realm of the gods. Do you want to take a look? Ziyi smiled sweetly. Her smile was filled with temptation, making her look even more beautiful. However, it made Yun Nuashing roll his eyes. How could he still get up after jumping into this place? Don't worry. Ziyi revealed a reassuring smile and said, This legend is known to all. Even the common people know about it. I just want to see it again. Stop. There's someone here who doesn't know. Yun Nuashing raised her hand, then pointed at herself and laughed. Seeing this, Ziyi was a bit speechless, but thinking about it made sense. This guy had even forgotten who he was, so how could he remember those legends? Fine, then you should watch for a while. Can I refuse? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at the darkness with lingering fear. Who knew what would happen if he jumped into this dark and swarthy sea of consciousness? The pressure that it gave him was abnormally strong. Let's go. You're a man. What's there to be afraid of? Ziyi rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Her lily-white hand grabbed his arm without any explanation. When that soft hand pressed on his arm, Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Before he could cry out, he saw Ziyi pull him up and rush into the darkness. He could only watch the darkness with a pale face as it swallowed him up. At that time, there was only one primordial realm, the 8 primordial realms that we are in now. At that time, the great primordial realm was still barren. There was no life. There were only stars that were constantly evolving, annihilating and evolving again. Violent energy filled every inch of space. After thousands of years, these violent and naughty stars finally calmed down and became steady and deep. The entire great primordial realm also welcomed peace. Many years later, the first generation of gods were born in the great primordial realm. They were the first life forms that visited the great primordial realm. They silently guarded the operation and evolution of the great primordial realm. They never interfered in the process of changes. Occasionally, they would remove the factors that affected the natural cycle of the great primordial realm. They were also the guardians of the great primordial realm. They watched the world quietly change. After countless years, the great primordial realm was divided into 8 primordial realms due to an upheaval. It became the great primordial realm that we know today. However, the 8 primordial realms were isolated from each other. It was difficult for them to visit other spaces. After the division, the 8 primordial realms were still the 8 primordial realms. Although it became peaceful, it also contained unsettling factors. After the division of the primordial realms, tens of millions of years passed quietly. Finally, a new batch of life was born in the great primordial realm. However, this batch of life did not descend into the 8 primordial realms. Instead, they were born in the lower realm. Although the 8 primordial realms had calmed down at that time, it was still filled with violent energy. It was not suitable for life to survive. However, it was precisely because of the uniqueness of the 8 primordial realms that the life born in the 8 primordial realms after tens of millions of years were abnormally powerful life forms. At that time, the lower realm had already become prosperous after tens of millions of years of reproduction. The 8 primordial realms had just begun to evolve life forms. Gradually, many years passed in the great primordial realms. With an earth-shattering boom, a brand new world was born in the 8 primordial realms. It was as if a zone of life had been opened up in the chaotic and violent magma. At that time, the new world did not have a name. It was just a flat world whose size was difficult to measure. This new world was filled with spatial folds. It operated in a different way from all the other worlds. All the stars revolved around this new world, as if this flat world was the center of all the stars. This new world, which had all the conditions for life to flourish, was also the masterpiece of the first generation of gods. It was as if it was trying to make up for the slow evolution of the 8 primordial realms. With the passage of time, life gradually evolved. In this new world, life was also born. The life born in other places of the 8 primordial realms also changed with time. After tens of millions of years, the human race of the 8 primordial realms appeared. The river of time flowed endlessly. The special environment of the 8 primordial realms made the intelligent creatures here powerful. All the creatures here were countless times more powerful than the creatures in the lower realm. The talents of the ancestors and their divine power were the talismans for them to live in this chaotic land. They used this power to constantly open up the void, create a land of life, and accelerate the evolution of the 8 primordial realms. Finally, after an epoch, some people accidentally came to this new world. The first group of visitors felt the almost endless power that was close to the origin of the world. They were very surprised and sent this information back to their birthplace. Many years later, they took tens of millions of their clansmen and settled in the new world. They became the first group of residents of the new world and stayed there to reproduce. Because the new world was too big, their life activities only occupied a small area, and they couldn't affect the evolution of life in the new world. The first generation of gods just watched them quietly and didn't expel them. The first group of people who visited the new world also became famous super experts because of the special environment there. They were the gods and spirits that we are talking about today. They believed that this world was the masterpiece of the gods, a gift that the gods had given to this world. Seeing that these experts were everywhere in this new world, they also gave it a name, the world of gods. Although it was called world, it was not a primordial realm. It was just because of its prosperity and uniqueness that it was crowned as world. As for the first generation of gods in the great primordial realm, they wandered outside of all the worlds, silently watching the natural operations of the 8 primordial realms. They did not care about the affairs of the world. No one had seen them before, and no one knew them. The world continued to move forward, quietly under their protection. However, on the other side, everyone knew of their existence. Everyone could sense their existence. The divine power that flowed in every corner of the world told the world their story. This was the beginning of the great primordial realm, the legend of the creation of the world of gods. Images flashed and appeared in his mind. The kind and faint narration slowly told him the legend as if it was a story. It was a spacious hall filled with short tables. At the front of the hall, an indistinct figure sat cross-legged. The long-winded narration of the legend came from him. At the table below, Yun Nuashing and Zi Yi rested their cheeks on their hands. They rested their elbows on the table as they patiently listened to the person speak, word by word. It seemed to be a school, but it was too empty. There was not a single person in it, and only the storyteller was giving a speech alone. The person's appearance was also a blurry white. One could see his white hair fluttering in the wind, but his face was bright white, and it was covered by a layer of white. Huh? After a long while, when the figure finished telling the legend, Yun Nuashing stretched her back and let out a long yawn. She rubbed her eyes and said, "I feel that such a complicated legend will not be known by everyone." Zi rolled her eyes at her as she rubbed her sore wrist. She opened the ancient book on the table and glanced at it casually. She said indifferently, "But in reality, if you ask a child, he will be able to tell you the main points. The main point is to let you know that such a thing happened in the past." Zi Yi flipped the ancient book over. When Mei Mao saw the contents of the ancient book, she could not help but tremble slightly. This is also the last legacy of the era of myths and legends. Everything in the past was gradually destroyed in the long river of history, including the first generation of gods, the first generation of great deity. Did such a legendary figure really exist? Yun Nuashing frowned and said, I feel that the so-called legend is just a rumor. Rumor after rumor. It will be infinitely exaggerated in the end, right? As the saying goes, 3 men become a tiger or something. You are seriously paranoid. Almost no one has ever doubted this matter. Since ancient times, I'm afraid that you are the only one who dares to question this matter. Hearing this, Ziyi rolled her eyes in annoyance. She glanced at the person who was still sitting cross-legged in front of the hall. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing and said, the first generation of gods really existed. The protection they left behind for the great Yuan realm is the best proof of their existence. These trivial matters, since ancient times, who knows how many gods and deities have verified them? Protection? What protection? Yun Nuashing scratched her head. This. Ziyi was stunned. Her cherry lips were halfway open, but she paused. She did not utter a single word. Her sluggish look made it seem as if her brain had suddenly short-circuited. Even Yun Nuashing was stunned. After a while, Ziyi frowned and sighed. I don't remember. When I was sealed, I could feel that many of my memories were erased. There aren't many things that I remember. After 60 eras, I almost forgot what he looked like. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered that when she was talking to Zi, the latter seemed to have said, Those gods are all acting mysterious. Zi Ye's previous master seemed to have said something to her, and Xian Yin seemed to have said something to him as well. However, he had forgotten it. He only had an extremely faint impression of it. Is the beginning of this legend the first era? Yun Nuashing asked. Regarding this, there has always been a debate. Some people say that when the first great deity appeared, the counting of eras began. After all, this is a limit that the later generations added to time. There are also people who believe that the counting of eras began when the great primordial realm was born. However, no matter how these two methods of measurement are calculated, the difference will not exceed an era. The weight of 1 trillion years is not something that can be spent just because one wants to. Take me, for example. Even when I was sealed, the longest deep slumber seemed to be 5 eras long, and the shortest seemed to be 1,000,000 years. However, it was more than 10 million years or 1,000,000 years. I would wake up after sleeping. At this point, Ziyi could not help but sigh. Mei Mao's voice was filled with the vicissitudes of life and exhaustion. It's been a long time. Every time I open my eyes, all I see is that unchanging barrier. Time after time, I almost forget the feeling of speaking. The only thing that echoes in my ears is the sound of burning flames. It's so ordinary and monotonous that it drives me crazy. Yun Nuashing fell silent. She gently raised her hand and placed it on Zi Ye's head. She gently stroked Zi Ye's long hair and turned her head to the side. She said indifferently, Do you want a shoulder? Zi Yi blinked at Mei Mao and could not help but laugh out loud. Little star, how old am I? I don't cry as much as you do. Besides, such a long time has passed. There's nothing much to talk about. It's just that when I think about it occasionally, it feels like a dream. After all, it's been 60 eras. Yun Nuashing nodded and murmured, Then why did you agree to it back then? Did you really willingly allow yourself to be sealed in the barrier? Zi Yi nodded lightly and said, No matter what, I owe him the grace of rebirth. He's the person who gave me life. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be able to think freely, speak freely, and live freely in this dazzling and brilliant world. So, it's only logical that I have to continue waiting for 60 eras. Moreover, haven't I already made it through? Zi Ye's brilliant smile made Yun Nuashing feel a little sad. Although Zi Yi did not say it, he could sense the indescribable feeling in her heart. This isn't the only legend about the mythological era. Let's continue watching. A moment later, Ziyi suddenly smiled strangely. She grabbed Yin Nuashing and dragged him out of the classroom. The latter could only smile bitterly. When they were about to leave the classroom, they looked back. The blurry figure in the classroom was still narrating the legend without rest. It seemed like it would never stop. Chapter 202. Shuttling through the sea of consciousness. Ziyi brought Yin Nuashing around in circles, and they would always bump into a piece of memory. Every time they saw the scene start to change, the two of them would sit down obediently and look at this piece of consciousness while thinking about something. I forgot to ask, how did you find these consciousnesses? It's pitch black here. They walked around like headless flies in a pitch black world. However, this was just Yin Nuashing's imagination. If he looked closely, the trajectory that Ziyi led him seemed to have some pattern. However, he could not put his finger on it. It was just a feeling. Yin Nuashing finally couldn't help but ask when he bumped into another consciousness and saw that the scene was beginning to change. In this dark place, he only felt that he had lost his sight. If it wasn't for the soft and boneless little hand in his hand, he didn't know where he would have gone. Feel it with your heart. There are fluctuations in consciousness. I only dared to jump in with you to take a look because I sensed it. Ziyi smiled faintly. Then she pulled him to sit down. The changing scene around them gradually stabilized. This time the scene was a green meadow. The wind blew, causing green ripples to spread into the distance. Yin Nuashing looked at her helplessly and sat down as well. On the green meadow, a figure slowly appeared. At this point, he had already heard a few legends from the mythological era. They were all related to the creation of the world and the birth of the Yuan realm. Two of them were even talking about the same thing. Although there were some differences, they were similar. He looked at the blurry figure that appeared. In every consciousness, the figure was very blurry. It had long hair and a ball of light. It felt like it was the same person, but they could not see it clearly. Yin Nuashing could not tell either. I touched the core of the world. When Yin Nuashing and Ziyi were listening attentively, they suddenly heard the person say this. The latter almost fell to the side. Yin Nuashing was only stunned. When he saw Ziyi's huge reaction, he was a little surprised. Before he could ask, the figure spoke again. In the empty and desolate space of the star domain, I saw it. My words will be left for the fated to hear. I can no longer escape this place, the core of the world. Hearing this, Z suddenly jumped up and grabbed Yin Nuashing's shoulders tightly with both hands. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the blurry figure. Seeing how excited he was, even Yin Nuashing was shocked. She quickly focused, wanting to hear what he had to say. Buzz. However, just as the two of them were eager to hear what he had to say, the space in front of them began to tremble violently. The blurry figure also began to tremble like a wave, as if it would shatter at any moment. F***CK. Upon seeing this scene, Violet Knight was first stunned, and then she couldn't help but curse. Why are you retreating now? At least wait until he's finished speaking. Finish speaking. Finish speaking. Yin Nuashing blushed with shame when she saw her full of resentment and torrent of abuse. She tugged on Zai's sleeve and said, It'll be fine if I see it next time. Since it's in my dream, it won't run away. Next time? Ziyi rolled her eyes and snorted softly. The sea of consciousness. I already said it's a sea. Can you find the same island in the middle of the sea? You're lucky to have stumbled into this place. And I don't even know if this sea of consciousness will appear again. Damn it, I almost heard an ancient secret. Ziyi couldn't help but clench her little fist and lightly punch Yin Nuashing's shoulder. It was obvious that she was very angry. The core of the world? Yin Nuashing muttered in her heart and shook her head. Even if she asked, Ziyi might not say it out loud. She would definitely repeat the same old lines that she had heard so many times that her ears had grown calluses. She would definitely say something about not being strong enough and so on. As he listened to Zi Ye's indignant curses, he caught a glimpse of the blurry figure trembling violently and gradually turning into bubbles. The green grass also turned into ashes and disappeared. Yun Nuashing slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, her faint purple eyes opened again. What she saw was a brown ceiling. She propped herself up with both hands and looked at Ming, who was sleeping on her stomach. Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and she shook her head in exasperation. She took the blanket and covered her petite body. She gently got off the bed and stood in front of the window. The cool morning breeze brushed past her face, and she couldn't help but shiver. Why did these things appear in my mind? The memories that had been awakened, the people she once knew, the sea of consciousness in her mind. Yun Nuashing felt a headache coming on as she thought about these things. Don't think too much about it. You'll find out what you need to know eventually. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Zi Ye's voice calmly rang out in her mind, causing her to slowly let go of those strange and bizarre matters. She sighed softly and nodded. A moment later, a wild smile suddenly appeared on her face. She put her thumb and middle finger together on her right hand, and a faint purple flame quietly appeared. She said, "I can settle this with a snap of my fingers." Zi Yi felt that something wasn't right when he heard this. He thought for a moment and realized what she was talking about. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "I asked you to pick up girls, and you said you'd go fight. Why don't you try and see if you can take down that little girl with a snap of your fingers?" Yun Nuashing staggered. It would have been better if Zi Yi didn't mention it. Now that Zi Yi mentioned it, a blurry dark purple figure appeared in his mind. He couldn't get rid of it and couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he quickly slapped himself. How could he be so despicable? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The highly anticipated battle that would determine the hegemony of Starry Universe City slowly began under the gaze of the entire city. Because it was the city's 2 largest forces, almost everyone wanted to run over and watch. Countless people swarmed out of the streets and gathered on the main street. Then they uniformly turned around and walked towards the Starry Universe Square in the south of Starry University. Although it was obvious that the Shuang clan was bullying them, everyone wanted to see what kind of resurrection the Xian clan, who was once the hegemony of Starry Universe City, had. On the stairs of the Starry Universe Square, there were densely packed seats. At this moment, these seats were filled with people. This time, the battle between the Xian clan and the Shuang clan really attracted countless eyes. In the 4 directions of the square, there were some very luxurious seats. These seats were only available to the famous forces in Starry University. From here, the entire Starry Universe Square could be seen at a glance. At this moment, the seats on the east side were already filled with a group of people wearing blue robes. On their shoulders, the Shuang clan's emblem was dazzling under the sun. On the seats of the Shuang clan, Shuangya, whom Yun Nuashing saw that day, was lazily sitting on a chair. His elbows were propped on the armrest as he supported his head. His eyes occasionally looked towards the empty seats and the entrance of the square in the north. He could not help but shake his head with a smile. He seemed to be able to imagine himself standing in the middle of the square and announcing their victory to the entire Starry University. Then he imagined the image of the Xian clan. When everything was over, they would kneel down and beg for his forgiveness. However, he would reject them and hear the painful roars of the Xian clan. That kind of feeling was really wonderful as time went by. More and more people gathered in the Star Universe Square. The hubbub of voices turned into a monstrous wave that rushed out like the waves of the sea. With a kind of momentum that would not stop until the square was overturned, it spread out majestically. Half of the Star Universe City could hear it clearly. When the Starry Universe Square was almost full, a large group of people gradually appeared at the entrance of the square. Their appearance caused a commotion in the square. The people from the Xian clan are here. Although the Xian clan's overall strength is strong, they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The 3 clans are here together. It's obvious that they want to suppress the Xian clan. How pitiful and sad! How did the once overlord of Star University end up being trampled on by others? It said that the Shuang clan had privately found someone to negotiate with the Xian clan to stop this competition. However, they were chased out by the Xian clan. It seems that they are very confident. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, the people from the Xian clan slowly walked up to the high platform in the north and stopped at the side of the Shuang clan. "Oh, clan leader Xian, I thought you were too timid to come?" Seeing the people from the Xian clan appear, a middle-aged man who was about the same age as the clan leader from the Shuang clan did not stand up. He just laughed and said, "Clan leader Shuang, you think too much. Since the three clans are embarrassed to hand Starry University over to us, we will accept it embarrassedly. Otherwise, others will say that we are embarrassed." Xianling glanced at him and said plainly, "I'm just afraid that the ones who leave in the end won't be the three clans." Hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed coldly. At the edge of the square, Yun Nuoxing's figure slowly appeared. He had 2 dark circles under his eyes. It seemed that he had not rested well for the past 3 days. Until now, his head was still dizzy. He shook his head lightly, and the soul-burning art silently circulated in the opposite direction. He converted some immortal qi into soul energy and got rid of the fatigue in his mind. His gaze first swept across the high platforms in the east, south, and west. Then he stared closely at the Xian clan's high platform in the north. His body swayed, and he appeared on the Xian clan's high platform like a ghost. His body landed lightly, and no one noticed him. The first to sense Yun Nuoxing's aura was Xianfu, Xianling, and the others. They quickly turned around. When they saw the person who came, Xianfu's face was filled with joy. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Little brother Yin, you're here." Xianling was about to say something when he suddenly saw Yun Nuoxing's dark circles. His mouth trembled and he forgot what to say. "Mr. Yun, are you all right?" A faint laughter sounded in Yun Nuoxing's ears. He turned his head and saw that it was Xianming. At this moment he was standing together with the girl he saw the other day. When the latter saw his dark circles, she could not help but take a few more glances. Although his face was expressionless, Yun Nuoxing was still able to catch a hint of a smile. "If you want to laugh, then laugh. You'll suffocate to death." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. "Aren't they just dark circles? So what if I'm mentally weak?" He waved his hand and said, "There's something on my mind that affected my sleep, but it's not a big deal. Little brother, this matter involves a lot of things. It might even involve the Water Spirit Hall. Are you sure you want to help our Xian clan?" Xianling said calmly. Actually, when he asked this question, he was also a little nervous. Although he was kindly reminding Yun Nuoxing, he was also afraid that this one sentence would make Yun Nuoxing change her mind. It's fine. The Water Spirit Hall won't do anything to me. They're the 9 deity halls that everyone in the God realm loves and respects." Yun Nuoxing smiled indifferently. "All right, don't be so long-winded. The sooner we deal with this, the sooner I can return to the Water Spirit Hall to go into seclusion. The next time I come out might be a few years later." Shuangya said lazily. He slowly stood up and led a group of people down the stage. As they stood in the plaza, the air around them became moist. The water element on Shuangya's body seemed to carry a faint chill. Mutated elements? No wonder he's so arrogant. Sensing the white water element around Shuangya, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but take a few glances. She said with some surprise, "That's the strongest person of the Shuangya clan, Shuangya. He's now a half-immortal rank 8, similar to me. If we fight one-on-one, I won't be afraid of him. But in this competition, our Xian clan's younger generation can't compare to the 3 clans. Sooner or later, we'll be defeated." Xianming said faintly and couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing also turned his head and looked at the group of young people standing behind Xianming and Yun Nuoxing. Many of them had reached the half-celestial stage, and they didn't look weak. There were also some people in the mortal stage who had reached the 11th level and the 10th level. However, as Xianming had said, there were too few of them. When Shuangya landed, his eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't show it. He looked at the Xian clan's side and smiled gently. Those who are going to fight come down. We'll settle this once and for all. While he was speaking, other than the Xian clan's side, young people from the other two sides also jumped down from the square. They joined the Shuangya clan's people and formed an extremely powerful aura. They rushed towards the Xian clan's people. Humph! Xianming took a step forward and his aura burst out. Faint, immortal qi lingered around him. Yun Nuoxing also secretly stomped her foot. An immortal qi quietly appeared and resisted the incoming pressure. She said faintly, "A petty person intoxicated by his success," hearing Shuangya shout. Everyone's eyes gathered on the Xian clan's high platform. They fixed their eyes on Xianming and his sister behind him, as well as the group of young people behind him. However, compared to the Xian clan's people, the Xian clan's people were indeed a lot less. They didn't even have half of the Shuangya clan's people. Xianming smiled slightly when he saw that the gazes of the entire place were gathered here. He waved his hand and was just about to lead his people down the tall platform when a soft, panting voice suddenly sounded from behind him, causing his actions to immediately stop. "Brother Xianming, wait a moment. I want to go up too." Hearing this voice, Yun Nuoxing's waist suddenly straightened. The expression on her face froze for a moment, causing her to almost forget to breathe. She turned her head stiffly. Her long purple hair fluttered behind her as she ran. Her beautiful face had a hint of determination, making her look even more heroic. Seeing this face that she had been yearning for day and night, Yun Nuoxing finally let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, Ziyi couldn't help but laugh in her heart. "Your princess is here,"